right, Wholeness and Balanced Vibrations family, we're going to go ahead and begin in just a moment. And before we do, we're going to go ahead and let this breathe a bit. And we're going to go ahead and do a real sound check. So if you can actually hear me speaking right now, please comment in the chat box that you can. We're also going live on Instagram to spread this message even further. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start this in just a second. All right, great. Also, just to let everyone know, today is a very powerful show. It is more than action-packed, so this is something that you're definitely going to want to relax in on. Get yourself together in your environment. Make sure that you're not able to be disturbed. There's going to be some disturbances probably around you in relation to maybe somebody trying to distract you from this. Just remember, you have the archives. And so let me let it breathe again as I check around and make sure that the streams are live, that everybody is tuning in, things are well. And as I said before, we're also on Instagram Live for the first time, just seeing what's up with the audience over there. We have 15,000 Instagram subscribers, so we're going to see what that 15,000 is about and how much the change occurs in the world right now today. So let me turn this thing on. What's up, family? It's great to see you. This is an amazing time, wholeness. I actually never thought today would come, to be honest. There are things that I'm aware of that, just like a teacher who is instructed to teach basic mathematics, that means you don't get into trigonometry, you don't get into calculus, because that is not what you were told to instruct. And for me on this path for the last decade, it's been extreme growth for my being in realizing not only the things that we face together, but also how we face them, how every single thing, like every single judgment that we have, every single reflection can be dissected and put into a great level of reason and awareness of who you truly are and where you're at that point. So, when we find ourselves judging and hating and all these different things, that's where we are at that point. So that's what we inherit. And thus, for thousands of years now, not even that time is real, but for thousands of years, we've been enduring this low vibratory primitive frequency by choice. And today, for the first time, because there has been a supreme mastery over all mysteries, we will be able to, for the first time, reveal something that has been hidden for sure, has been kept secret, and has been the linchpin to the downfall of the entire planet and possibly adjacent planets on into the cosmos. And that is the total awareness of who we are and what we're capable of doing. So for those who may be on this camera, which I'm looking at right now, if you notice me gazing off, this is because there's another camera, and that camera is capturing everything primarily that is going to YouTube and going to Facebook and going to all of our other channels. I also have a monitor here to where I'm able to see what's going on to determine if my stream has been cut or if I need to pause or whatever needs to be done. There will be no questions today. I will not be reading the thread at all, just to remain on track. And again, if you are on this stream towards the end of this presentation, broadcast, awakening, ascension point, pinnacle, peak, waypoint, during the transition process where I'm going to reveal also my brother Martin Kinney's work, you will not be able to see that video if you're on Instagram because it is not piped into our main system. So I'm advising you at least get it in queue, or at some point jump on to YouTube/Understanding, or my Facebook page for those that know me /Understand, I believe it is. Let's get this too confused. And you will see the rest of this presentation there. Now, today's presentation is not at all meant to be exhaustive about the topics presented. In fact, we have the entire next year coasting into our ascension and expansion point to give the fine morsels but more people will be doing that than just me. What I'm revealing today is a key that unlocks all doors. All the mysteries that have been proclaimed and all the buffoonery that has been going on with the mysteries, if you are able to assess what I'm telling you today, it ends. It ends for you. And you will learn after this especially that being so concerned about what is going on in the other ripples and the wavelengths that are around you and ignoring what is going on with your own vehicle will be detrimental. And that awareness will allow you to be much more tuned in, much more sharpened up, and much more in tune about your experience. So I'm going to my main camera here. So the first thing I wanted to start this off with is how we always start this off, and that is first and foremost with an honoring to our ancestors, because again, personally, I didn't think that we were going to make it to this point. I didn't think I would ever be able to reveal to the world the knowledge of the Tetragrammaton because it was too confusing, too powerful. There was too many works already about it, and many of those works misleading. There were entire organizations that said they represented it, but represented the external version, which has a tendency to even have the same symbol. Sometimes the only difference is a straight line and a curve. And I always felt that in my mission that those higher truths were reserved for either this point, which I was still questioning whether we would reach, or even points beyond, because you will learn about potent knowledge, especially if it's not bought in the right type of alchemical preparation. It could be disastrous for you. Not everybody else. Forget everybody else. You. If you bring knowledge or bring wisdom and something about it is false or something about it is misleading, all of that reflux current, which is the blowback of the electromagnetic fields and the actions that have taken place, because only the actions are the most important, especially on these planes, that blowback you will keep getting until you clarify your knowledge and wisdom. And that always pushes an elder. It always pushes a seer to perfect their knowledge and their level of awareness, especially before they start telling others about it. In addition, we've come into a time where the level of power that I'm going to be talking about today matches exactly the mission at hand. And generally, when the mission at hand is not equating to the power that you're bringing, then there's going to be some imbalances. And so the reason why I'm disclosing this truth today is for everyone to tap into the awareness of the time that we were in and how it's so important to us. And while some may be in the low vibratory frequencies, which is the past, we are transferring a message from the future to the past to let you know time draws nigh. The party is already happening. The great expanse is opened up. But if you don't make that decision to enter into that space, then you will remain in this current moment of an impending death and desolation and miscarriage of the dimension due to mistreatment of nature and the divine feminine and the children that reside on this plane. So let's go. Again, just bringing everything in center on our ancestors who are us when we get on that frequency. Thank you for bringing a unified message to the human family so that way we can return to being like you, which is us. Just like trees, we first drop off the tree, you got the fruit, even on you. Think about it. How important is the fruit? The fruit is actually for really something else. It's the seed that people discard that becomes another tree. Think about that at all times when I'm bringing this to you today. Also, understand that there is absolutely nothing to fear. Many here have already discovered and been in touch with their dream body, or at least seeing themselves in the dream, flipping all around, doing all sorts of wild things that they've never even thought that they were capable of doing, speaking different languages, karate, flying, all these different things. So trust that that is you and more, no matter how much you want to separate yourself from that reality and truth of your power. But it is also that space in which you experience that you're capable of doing that is more closer to the realms that I'm going to speak of today, the transitional realms, because everyone will transition. Also, giving condolences in great stages of thanks and honor to my cat, who decided to leave us this Saturday or Friday. And just the experience that I had with that cat and how it also taught me that, hey, while you're looking at the humans all the time and thinking they're going to be the ones to go next all the time, some of the animals are going too. Because when you see how they behave and how they act and how much love they share, if the whole goal is connection and unity, then they got it. So just wanted to clear that space and begin what I feel like is a great opening to the mysteries. So first thing is, time is frequency. There's no rush today. You can watch this for the rest of your existence if you wish. And it's all that sometimes the expectations that we think about in our minds that others have of us that don't allow us to transcend into what we truly need to transcend into. So we won't allow that to happen today. And I'll take it at the pace of how knowledge should flow. Time is frequency. Okay? Now, the current concept of time that you see on the clock seems to have nothing to do with frequencies. It seems to have to do with getting to the job, picking up somebody, jobs, work. The clock seems to have been solely invented to let you know when you need to get to work and what time it is. It seems to not be connected at all to our personal vibratory frequency unless you look at it just so much more deeper. But the truth is, brothers and sisters, that time is actually a frequency. And what this means is that your high vibratory ancestors are in the future. As you continuously bring up your vibration, you actually connect more, you amplify, and this puts you in contact, if you may, with all that you knew not while you were in division. So high vibratory frequency brings you into a united field where you become aware of things that you weren't aware of before. And that's why many things are actually synonymous for high frequencies. Knowledge, intelligence, crystals, right? Like if you really measure this stuff on an oscilloscope, we love to mate our metaphysics with our physics, with our engineering. You measure frequencies on the oscilloscope, you'll know what high frequencies are. Gases, these kind of high frequencies also reside in a certain space in our time. Literally. And it is the space in which they reside in that is governed by their frequency. And so too for us, it is the space that we reside in, mentally, physically, and spiritually, that determines where we reside. And even if we pick up our mental frequency, but our spiritual and our physical frequencies are still low, they serve to pull the rest down. There would need to be a complete unity in the field for you to be able to accelerate, especially to make it beyond many of the fields that are out there. And so what this kind of looks like is like this. Mind, body, soul, and not necessarily in that order. They oscillate. And that if you can't get these two to agree, the wheel won't turn. You can have this one going in this direction, this one going in this direction, but because this one will be going in this direction, it will slow things down. And in fact, you can place damage on this one by struggling against it. So some have allowed their physical frequency center to overthrow their spiritual frequency centers and mental frequency centers. And they've stripped and ripped these other two forces and have a hard time re-engaging them, have a hard time getting balanced. Okay? Now, they love to show you balance like this. They always show you that two sides, right? And when we visualize balance in our minds, we sometimes think of those two sides, and we often don't think about what is balancing it in between, right? Like just like those scales, right? Right? Like those scales, there is this. It's not just this and this. Okay? So having that third point of balance is central, literally, to your ability to jettison wherever you want, to actually use your vehicle. Okay? Your chariot, as it's called. However, you could see what's going on here on the planet. Let's take, for instance, with the youth. The rap music. Right? So lean, all right? That's the, sag. Okay? Like Ninher sag. Right? So the lean obviously is promethazine. It's an opiate. Okay? So think of it as in Inception, you saw Leonardo DiCaprio going into China and linking up with some people who could put you into deeper stages of sleep. Okay? They had mastered potions and poisons, right? This is the reason why there's a connection with opium in China. Even when the United States got in, or the people got in from China to the United States, built the railroads, and they wanted them to leave, they hooked them on opium again, because that plant is evasive in their colony, in their species, in their genome, okay? So the opium will take you into other worlds, lower worlds, because it can slow down the frequencies and the wavelengths and actually take you into another space. Now, those spaces will be more hostile. Those spaces will have less light. They will have less balance, okay? But they are spaces nonetheless that exist. And many are in that space now. They're leaning into that space, and they live there, okay? And their dreams are in there. And in the event that one of your children or me or anybody else goes into that frequency, we now become a part of that world, okay? The music, this is why I mentioned lo-fi. Like, we deal with frequencies all the time. It's about the oscillation. It's about just this, right? And if this is going like this, you're getting to high frequency, right? If it's going like this, you're in low frequencies. And we're not saying good or bad here. We're talking about celestial mechanics. You can do what you want. Do what y'all wilt. But I will ask you, is that all you're doing? So these long oscillations or low vibratory frequencies are realms that are already inhabited. In fact, they're so dense, they're more solid than even our world. So this means that there's always an opportunity to go lower. There's always a scenario where you have that it's even easier to go lower. That to vibrate high, you really have to put some stuff in balance. You really have to make some intentions, because you're swimming through sludge or thick goo, thick water when you enter into those worlds of the nether region. They are underwater. So there's another aspect of this. The food. Also, the racism. Right? These are the biggest plays. Because, see, the good and the bad, the night and the dark, the light and the darkness, okay? That's just electromagnetics. Those are just two poles that are used to create energy. So when energy still fuels the entire reality, like I say, all is energy, where energy is coming from may vary. Some people may choose to get their energy from different places. A lot of people like to get their energy from meat. So you can see how there's probably some other beings that like to get their energy from conflict, fighting. Because it's the same frequency, it's just on another wavelength, and you're just the character acting out the script when you're in those lower wavelengths, because they're the past. They're not what's happening right now, they're what already happened. Okay? Division already happened. You're living in it. So the food plays an important role because of the alkaline. And many people know this. They talk about it all the time. Alkaline, alkaline, alkaline. And they're always trying to get the alkalines high, which is great, especially to offset some of the lower alkalines. But it's just a simple principle that you have your acids and your alkalines, okay? And actually, this should be, I'm a big fan of everything is upside down and up is down and down is up, but I'll save y'all that whole flip by just giving it to you like you see it. Just alkaline and acid, and this one goes up literally, and this one goes down literally, and we call that our pH what? Balance, okay? All is known, all is revealed, but to the ignorant, they do not see it. So that pH balance, not high pH, super high pH is disconnection also. And you got these people that are eating all these carrots and eating all this stuff, and then you're like, namaste, I just want to be around that. You're going down too. No, but serious. It's like balance, not wired up and geeked up and on a whole nother thing and unable to reconnect, and not all the way down there and totally disconnected, but balance, right? So when the pH balance, the acid, which is pretty much everything, your soy sauce, your sauces, all your sauces, because they love to throw the vinegar in there. Vinegar we use in the laboratory. It's like vinegar is one of the strongest acidic agents. Grease, right? All of these things, think about it. And grease, oil, these are all fuels, okay? Everything you're consuming is a fuel. Sometimes we have to step back for a moment to connect these things. These fuels that you're eating are in different qualities, though. You can't throw chicken grease in a Lamborghini. There's some biodiesel cars you can throw it into, but I'm sure that check computer light will come on in the Lamborghini if you try to throw that in a check dealership. This ain't it. This won't power it. So all of these greases and things that you're eating, like when you soak that grease out of a potato chip, you ever take a potato chip and go and just spit out all the grease in the potato chip? You know how many times, do you know how many things have been fried in that same grease as far as how many potatoes? Do you know potatoes, when you spray pesticide on the ground, are one of the main vegetables that soak in pesticides? So when you take that pesticide and you fry it, the transition that actually happens, what they call the trans fat, the transition that actually happens is pretty intense. And then the more potatoes you fry in that same grease, because remember, the only criteria is that it's golden brown. And it will remain golden brown as long as it's never up to a certain heat. So they fry more and more and more potatoes, and then here you come. Can't eat just one, and then down you go. Down you go, further and further and further and further as you're taking the encouragement. Because remember, as you get lower, everybody on that path, when you ask for advice, they're going to only have more low vibratory advice. Man, you need to try this hot sauce with that. There's some vinegar now. Okay, yo, try this Pepsi shot. This is, you see, so down you go. So see, people need to wake up and be aware, and they will. And they will. But today, this conversation is actually not about people. People is a classification. This is about advanced beings and what they need to do now, because if I'm coming in here to explain to you the tetragrammaton, that means things have definitely got to the point where we are ready to come up out of this egg, that this thing is about to crack, because every single thing around this design explains the transition. So let's keep going. So now know also this racism. Okay, so we got these greases and oils. So just start thinking about that when you're eating things. Just say, well, what kind of fuel is in it? Where's the power? Because we can really run a biodiesel car off of what comes out of a KFC, people. This is not a metaphor. I'm telling you, and for those that don't know, biodiesel cars run off of chicken grease for real. And all of greases are fuels. And your body is taking that grease in as a kind of fuel, but it's a low-grade fuel for you. And I'm not just talking about chicken grease. I'm talking about like a lot of the oils, the mixed vegetable oils, all those different oils, okay? And these serve to push you more into the past, so much of where your sleep, this is how sleep happens. keep seeing World Star throw up Chinese videos about them eating dogs and stuff, right? Wondering why is it so instrumental for this network, who is not owned by Q and is definitely owned by the Jewish mafias, the ones who run the media systems for sure. They would have seized that even if they had to do so in court. Want to push this message about racism. So again, so we can preface the call for today. I think that's how you spell that. Let me try to spell a little nicer, not like the doctor. Okay, racial and ratio. Okay, why? Why do these words connect? Because the ratios or the geometries control the division points. Okay? These division points and segments are controlled by the ratios. So what is it really? It's just division, right? Literally division, like math. However, that plays out in the drama of the human beings like, well, I'm number 4, and so 5 definitely, I came before 5. 5 doesn't even know what he's talking about. And then 2 walks in, it's like, what's going on? 2 is always dualistic. Y'all need to get away from me. And then 1 comes in, stop. You see, so that is the ratio game. That is really the conversation going on in the geometrics until the awareness comes of the height of the expanse of what is really going on. In ignorance, we are divided. And it's so ignorant because we're not really divided, but we've furthered this process. Okay? And when I say we've, I'm talking about our ancestors, the DNA. I'm talking about the whole process that has put us here now, which you will find out about here in a moment. So when we're encouraged to keep the racism going in the division, where are we going? Where would you be going? Would you be going, let's say, for instance, this direction, and this is very difficult because now you're on a 2-dimensional plane now, and you're trying to draw out something that is actually hyperdimensional. Watch out. You need to leave a heavy disclaimer. Let's say this is the future, and let's say this is the past. And I'm going to tell you right now why there's 2 different versions of the future and the past based on idealisms. Okay? So this second version, we probably won't even draw it different. Let's just draw it this way. All right? So here's why there's 2 different versions of the future and the past. Okay? So for some people, they think, well, in the future, things are going to get like more technological. And like pretty soon it'll be like Blade Runner. Yeah, I guess it's going to be like Blade Runner. And then, you know, we're going to be flying in the sky. There's going to be no sun in the sky. Somehow the sun is gone. In most of those movies, it's always dark. The sun's gone. Like even the movie The Matrix, the sun's gone. And all this technology is now taken over, right? And they're calling that the future because that's the future that they want you to believe. And we won't start the they, but the projection wants you to buy into, send energy into, buy into literally. Buy that future real estate. Start projecting that kind of future. Okay? So it wants you to buy into the future that is going to be, let's say, this technological future, but that is everybody wearing implants all in their face and, you know, all sorts of stuff going on. You know, it's like a hyper strip club where women have 3 breasts and 3 different booties. You know, like this is their pictures of the future, right, in Hollywood, okay? So that future is not your future. So that's why there's 2 different futures. Because in the balanced consciousness, their future actually equals unity. See, because in all those movies, now everybody's really trying to distinguish, and this is why they always send that same message. They're really trying to distinguish their uniqueness. Weird teeth, you know, cut open tongues, and all these different things to try to say that I got my own unique character here, holding on to their little unique characters, right? Their little scripts in a gigantic film. So what happens here is that for the advanced, the future is actually unity. And the past is actually division. Because those who are really going to the future will be connecting with their ancestors. They will be connecting with what they forgot about. They will be connecting with what they lost. Everything they lost that was the truth, they will find. As you go more into unity, nothing will be able to escape your grasp as you expand into a macro. Okay? Unless you're contracting. Contracting. Which are judgments. Agreements. That's why all these contracts, they take place in a very occult way, and we've talked about that before. So there's a lot of contracting, the judgments and the agreements, and that splits and divides. This is what's mine, this is what's yours, she's mine. You know, all of that contracting that goes on is division, right? So you could tell that's not going to make it. With everybody saying this is mine, and nobody wanting to help the people who don't have any, even though there's abundance of it, and they're throwing it away, you know, that's not the future. So if you have somehow made your mind think that the future exists without white people, or without black people, or without Chinese people, man, you got a serious lesson to learn, Doc. Because in the future, there's no more skin suits. There's no more racials which create colors, okay? Racials create colors. When you bend the spheres and then you project the lights, what colors you're seeing is based on the geometrics. Okay? So you're into a light show if you think that there's such a big difference on the next level between all these beings, because on the next level, the beings are all of those beings in one. And your limitation is your character that you're existing here as now. And the more you buy into that script, the more you invest in that character that is old paradigm and not about the unity, the more you enjoy others that are continuously doing that, even though exactness has come to all of us. Meaning that it is clear and present in the supreme knowledge how we all coexist, right? But let's talk about that knowledge. Let's reveal the great key. The double cone. Now, on December the 21st of 2009, I destroyed my old self. Obliterated. Completely destroyed its frequency. Okay? And I'm going to explain to you how that came about really briefly and why I'm saying that's what happened. My life forever changed at that point, as for many people after today, their lives will be completely changed. They will not be the same. It will be more expansive from here. So on December the 21st, 2009, I was finishing up a project in the A in Atlanta. And as usual, more money was going to be pouring in. Like, I had my stuff together. There's a few people that know me back from that day, but there's some folks hanging around, like my brother Life, knows how I get to it. It's never been an issue for me to have prosperity. My issue has always been my consciousness and understanding what's going to happen when we die. And in focusing on that, I was able to achieve in the first part of my life everything that most people will want. I won't say with ease, because nothing's easy, but I was able to get that achievement happening, to realize, and happening enough to realizing that I was also still in a void and I wasn't going to get my question answered with just accumulating more resources, right? And so in this thought, I was in an experiment myself. I was actually conducting and creating something that I won't give too many details about, but it involved ultraviolet light. And in that process of me continuously checking whether this experiment was going properly, I seemed to have overexposed myself to UV light without knowing. So in completion of the project, which actually ran over about 3 weeks, I was working in an attached office that was attached to my condo, and I sat on the corner of the bed and I looked up at the corner of the wall. All corners of the walls look the same. They're called oubs. Light gets trapped here, according to the Sumerians and many other traditions. In the corner of the wall. When you turn on the light, all the darkness flees towards the corner. When you turn off the light, all of the essence comes from the corner. Okay? So I'm staring up at the corner, like, because I'm a little exhausted. I've been working all night. I'm like, okay, man, this is finished. I'm about to go collect my check. It's going to be on. And all of a sudden, I went through 5 minutes of deja vu. 5 minutes. And if anybody has ever been in deja vu before, you know that even a taste, a millisecond of deja vu gets you like, yo, what is this? Yo, I've seen this before. What is it trying to tell me? Maybe I need to sit down and meditate. 5 minutes of the whole thing. Rotations of energy. Basically me being brought to the awareness that I was in a circle. And not only was I in a circle, but I had a pattern that was letting me go to the height of things and then crash. Go to the height and then crash, which was so damaging to my being. It had happened already 2 times. Okay? And this intercession from higher self, which is me, this intercession was taking place because I was on the cusp of crashing again and didn't even know it. And what it disclosed in that 5 minutes, in that rest of the 2 weeks after, was every single key to not only how this reality works, but multiple realities. It was so much information, it just produced the code to the matrix, and it gave me what I felt like was 60 million years worth of knowledge to decrypt. And I spent the last decade decrypting that knowledge, compartment by compartment by compartment. Because even trying to take it all on at once, which I've done at different times with different kind of substances, it still would not let me get my arms around it. I felt like I'm just not getting my arms around it completely on what it is, so I'm not sure. Today I'm sure. It was very elusive because of time and when it was time to bring this message. So this double cone, okay, because no, this is just one, right? This would basically signify light and darkness, okay? Life and death. And let's look at that for a second. So as you see here, you have a double cone. Now, when I researched the ineffable name, the Tetragrammaton, which I've probably done more research than most people in the world, probably except for the Kabbalists that are completely aware of it, just scrounging for little bits and pieces of what the ineffable word really consisted of. This is before the event. I kept coming into many things. It's great and terrible. It's the end. It should never be uttered. It's ineffable. It can't be pronounced. It's God himself. So there's so much around it. Even the movie Pi centers around the Tetragrammaton in phi, in the mathematic equations. And how even people playing around with it have really gone crazy. They call it Jerusalem syndrome. And that has made so many people fear it. Because rightfully, if you somehow start tampering with it, because it doesn't come back void, you reap what you sow with it. And that is our lives. You know, I'm coming to actually explain to you that you are actually the Tetragrammaton. You're a double cone. So it doesn't matter if a person knew the word itself, the Yod Hey Vav Hey. If you knew that, it doesn't make a difference. If you're not Tetragrammaton within, meaning if you're not completely harmonized and balanced, it'll just wreck your world at worst. At best, nothing happens. And so there's a lot of people who got at worst. A lot of people tampering with it, trying to harness its powers internally. They just settled for its external replicas, which is also known as the Merkabas, right? The external versions of the Tetragrammaton. But as it truly is, it is the double cone that brings in and takes out life. The word was associated with a battle cry from Orion. Double pyramids, Murugan. Then later on, Solomon or Amsalon. And then later on, David. And then corrupted on from there. After Davud, which again is the Rastafari. When the original Rastafari were carrying the symbol as the Nagus, who were coming out of ancient Lanka. Okay? So this symbol is the symbol, though, of what? You know, because we love the mythology. Like, the mythology is wild. It's like a wild around this symbol. But somebody is actually governing this symbol more than anybody on earth. But they use a straight line. That's why I draw the curve. So you've seen this before. You get the difference? Only the brotherhood and the sisterhoods know the difference between a curve and a straight line these days, but it's a hell of a difference. Because when this thing starts unlocking, these are circles. When this thing starts unlocking, it's a bit different. They're straight lines. And to work on these kind of physical planes with those kind of angles, it's like you're using something too sharp. You're in a curved realm. It's like you're using the wrong tools. And that's why the world is the way that it is, and it's imbalanced, because many have only been able to grasp this through the logic, which is their universities, through the logic of the geometry, like Pythagoras taught them, like just through the logic alone of the tones and the frequencies to create their cell phones, to create their electronic devices, but not to bring us into the harmonics of the magical flute, to understand exactly how we tone properly to awaken the temple within ourselves. You know, like none of that. Just all the external logical side of its use, which is abrasive. And thus, it's reaped thorns and thistles for us. This knowledge has fallen into the hands of the darkness. But now, its truth comes to light. So, as we see here on this image, oh wow, I was drawing on the board and maybe that was a little too small, but I'll keep going. This is a direct explanation of what we're talking about. Now, you'll go find this anywhere. This is another thing. If there's anybody back there, how do you know? That means you're not learned. You're not learned. Not us. We're in the know. This is everywhere. And I'm going to break all this down. The next year, complete destruction to the falsehood. Done. Goose. Pack up. Dip. Get in the ship. Go do your thing somewhere else. It's not going to be possible here anymore. Because as this awareness increases, and it's already gone out, it's like it's the first horse to ride through the land. It is the strongest one. The great mane. Okay? It's going to give them a nightmare. Look at the lessons and look at the words, because they teach everything. This is heavily encrypted and dense. It couldn't be any other way. When you've assessed the power, you've become it. And now it has been revealed. This is the atom. We should write this one really small, because this is a corruption. Adam, who is supposed to be a man, an actual male human being. So let me show you something for all those who think they're learned about what Adam is. See, now, external Adam is Kahin. Okay? That's why I told you this is where they get the word Cain. I'm going to switch the screens in a minute. Cain, Kahin, king, queen, Kohen, or Cohen, okay? Priest king, right? So the externalized version of this power is called the Kahin. That's why all the king queen, rebus, actual androgyne. They're still androgynous hermaphrodites today, so this is not something that you can, well, maybe, no, Google, okay? There's hermaphrodites. Just as in the beginning, there were more hermaphrodites. Later, there's less and less and less of the self-production because of division. A hermaphrodite is symbolic to an external being that can self-create on its own. And that was known as the first king, okay? Because the real parent of humanity, okay? It contained a womb and the phallus together, not separate. A sun moon, okay? So in that tense, the external one, because everything has a counterbalance or a shadow, okay? The external one is Kahin. It's the as below. It's the one that's acting out as the ruler on the physical planes, because on the higher planes, this is the real control point. This is the centerpiece, which is you. But on the low end, they will tell you it's not you. You're everything but the king and queen of England and all of this. You're everything. Those are the Illuminati. Those are only the 1%. You're not a part of them. That's what happens when it's juxtaposed. The full position is juxtaposed, as they say themselves. So the Kahin, listen to this, what it says. The Kahin being YHWH, which is YHVH, do not get confused, who is YHWH itself incarnate, but in a state of insomnia. So they're telling you, or amnesia, they're telling you right here. Okay, this was taken out of one of those old books on Gutenberg that was about to be burned. That, Sevan's been up late at night 5 years ago, Googling all sorts of wild keywords and coming across so many things and OCR in it and listening to it at the gym while I'm working out, getting this knowledge, working on bringing this to humanity in some kind of way, and also taking myself to another stage as proof, which must accompany each other. It's a hell of a path. Life has showed me so much in this last decade. But think about it. Are we in a state of amnesia? If I'm sitting here teaching you about yourself, there can be nothing greater than amnesia that can be used as a word. Think about it. How can someone teach you about yourself? But yet we are in a situation where we have to, because we forgot about ourselves. Start thinking about everybody else, though. We worry so much about everybody else. What's so-and-so doing? What did Kanye? Kanye's running now. Look, he's running. What is he running from? Now it's him and Pusha T again. Pusha T versus, who we going to throw in? You see what I mean? Like, oh, it's Kim. Kim's doing this. Everybody else, but not yourself, right? So watch the play. Even them, though, remember, all will come forth. All will come forth now. There is no more division and separation. It does not exist. It was an illusion. There is no more judgments. I remember somebody used to say a long time ago, well, maybe the Illuminati's and people, the reason why they don't, because we won't accept them. And I don't know about all that, but there will be nothing left but that center island. And we'll talk about that here in a minute. Quick sidebar for those who may be running out early. Realize that, hey, man, I need a little bit more time to be able to get this. I got to run off. Check out Martin Kinney. I left it in the description because the brother has put some stuff together, which I'll talk about in this conversation, but I want to make sure if anybody's running out right now and got to go and may not make it back to this conjunction point, the control piece, the calendar, the brother is on it. So check out Martin Kinney, save him on Facebook, show him some love. We're going to be running his video at the end of this. I kind of snipped up a couple parts just so it can collaborate with what I'm talking about here today, so you get it very clear. And then he has a direct documentary that you can also watch. So just in case you're running out and you don't get a chance to, unfold the Tetragrammaton for yourself, then at least don't miss the cosmic clock and calendar, because even though no man knows the day nor hour, not all of us are men now, are we? At the end of the day, when you start figuring out what you really are, you realize you're beyond title. So true. All men and people who classify themselves in any kind of conjunctions and small packages of themselves will never actually realize the complete truth. Thus, they will never master time because they will remain in division. That's what that means. So let's keep going. So in the state of amnesia, it worships an image of itself. Right? What does that really mean? What does that really mean to worship an image of yourself? Well, I think we see it all the time now, don't we? We have stars on TV basically People give the stars and the TV more attention than they give their own mother and fathers, sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles, friends, loved ones, and everybody else. So that's one example right there, right? It's just onto the image of the whole thing, not yourself. Also, in most traditions, they got a male, generally. Some of them have a female, very few, but there are some that are running around as the chief patriarch of the tradition in a human body. And in that, people have, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. What are you doing? You're worshiping an image of yourself, the ultimate selfie stick. Okay? So, it says that when you do that, it says you worship an image of yourself which you project, and thereby creating a distance between yourself and yourself. What a conundrum. This is like a part fullerene, like a dream within a dream, a onion within an onion. Right? A layer after a layer after a layer, because you're continuously creating this distance from yourself. The more you create more division. So the more you cut somebody off, the further you are away from the truth. You see how the machination works? So, this machination, if you may, is actually an ophonym. For those that just want to know what the name of it is, as far as like the real reference to what we're actually in, because there's still a lot of speculation going on, which will be cleared up. But again, I'm so glad that I have the opportunity to bring the knowledge, and I'm not like, okay, how are they going to take this? Because how much more of this, do they really have to connect? Because they're going to need those connections. This give you all the connections now. The ophonym. Okay, so one time, I'm on the diamonds, and that's my code. Everybody knows that code word. And this time, it's probably time number 45 or whatever, 46. And now I'm into this part of the experiment, because that's what I did. I experimented with these substances. I wasn't just trying to get high. Those are not even like the highs that are like the addictive ones. They're more like, okay, I hope I come back. And so you're challenging the real realm of how wild things can really get. Unexpected, the realm of the unexpected. Okay? And this time, I'm on realm of expected, time number 44, with the notepad and the binoculars, hanging out at the beach, right on the time where the sun and the moon are at equal stance, which happens quite a lot. And I go in. I hold. And I hold. And you know what happens. The HUD cuts on. Okay? Because once the because the diamonds are just catalysts. That's why crystals, they're catalysts. They bridge the gap. So they allow you to turn on for a moment. And you generally turn back off after that, hopefully. Right? And I was like, ah! So I'm on, right? And so once I'm on, I'm like, ah! And then in my mind's like, I got this supreme mind. It's like, do what you came to do. And I'm like, oh yeah! So I grab the binoculars, and I look up at the sky and look at the moon. And what I saw was chains, what appeared to be chains running through the moon, moving it like a great machine in itself. See, the thing about diamond is what you're seeing is really exists. It's not like the other substances, like I said, LSDs and all that, there's a gap between what you're seeing. Like Kalindi says, this thing only has a subset of the only last since it was synthesized. When you're dealing with psilocybins, it's like 1 billion years. When you're dealing with acacia's been sitting in the desert forever. So when you get onto that framework of pure distilled light, and the synthesis is at the moon, you see this. Uriel's machine, or AKA the ophonym, which is a chariot. So now you're starting to get an idea of when the terms like earth is God's footstool or things like that, like God is riding on top of the earth. That's a real thing. And what causes all of this is the positive and the negative, the electromagnetics, the racisms, the acids, the alkaline, and you're just a part of the machination. You're just a character acting out in an entirely different space. The real beings that control your movements are making their moves, and then you're following versus creating your own paths, creating your own space, creating your own geometric spheres, if you may. Okay? So let's keep going. Look it up for yourself, ophonyms. And this is why when I saw that, because I had read so much of the works and had been exposed to so much information, I realized that many of the Kabbalists had created ophonyms. And that's what a part of the great work really was to actually create your own electromagnetic sphere that I guess you either inhabit or you put inside of you and allow it to power you. Okay, so this was a known art of having a chariot, because you jump in this thing and it's like, and you dip out electromagnetically. You're in one. Okay, for those that are still looking outside, like, where's the for them? I want to build one. You're in one. It activates on its own. For those who have tuned it up properly, you fly with it. So there's no needing to worry about, a lot of other things that people are going to be concerned about. But again, let's finish here. Since this form of worship reflects a lack of self-knowledge, it is rejected. You go nowhere. The whole division, external, lower, state of amnesia, worshiping self, don't get in. Don't let him up. Not ready. So, meaning that what happens on the higher planes, as you'll see, just explained so eloquently by myself and Brother Kenny, on the higher levels, here you come, big titan. And you're standing on this little bitty wafer because nothing up there weighs anything. Just like in real physics, at the top of this whole vault that we're in, the air that's up there, if you may, the particles are so small because every single thing else that's dense is below it. And that's how the reality is anyway. It's layered by gases. It's layered by elements, right? So at that top, right? That stuff is minuscule and small, so it can all remain connected and firing in between itself. And then here you come. I guess you're not even Jack. You're like who Jack was coming to visit up the beanstalk, right? Like you're the old giant. And you're trying to get on this little wafer with all of that weight, all of that baggage. That it's not going to happen. So this is what occurs truly in this reality. If you can't vibrate high, you cannot get into the center column and into the center of yourself. Because the wave oscillations, just like you see with the Kadusha staff, the wave oscillations of the two serpents so as these wave oscillations are happening, the oscillations are too wide for you to reach the center staff. It's like you're too dense. You can't get on the wafer, so thus you don't. You can't even get into the consciousness of the intellect, and that's why so many people, they can't even get into unity. You be telling them, yo, man, it's time to let it go, man. It's been 5,000 years, 1,000 years. I don't even know how long. The division's not working. Man, we're going to get this. We're going to take over. They're going to be our slaves. We're going to get everything back. And it's like, what are you talking about, man? That is not going to happen. That is all an old paradigm of a dream that you were sold and robbed. Robbed for buying it. Okay, so let's keep going. Now, many others know that through this process, that obviously I seem to come up with some secret about the language. What was directly translated from this high vibratory frequency to me was this code. And it just gave it to me like this first. Yeah, James, you like to play games. You're trying to get light, but you need to get light You got too much weight, so you're going to wait. And that's how it started. I said, well, wait a minute. Those words are all like the same words, but they all have a different meaning. I said, no, they are all connected. And this is what you will learn. And through that process, and it was like wild, my whole brain, the mental, logical side was reorganized because I had the key to the English language. And everybody knows that that's how this started a decade ago. I brought the code of the matrix, which gives a person a 101 about how to decipher English. I gave the book away for free. I was like, so long, suckers, I'm out. Like, all I got to do is one more thing for the Most High, who is myself, and give this away. The greatest thing, the thing that is most valuable to me, which is the ultimate gesture of love, which is this work, because it changed me. And I gave it, and I sat on the bed. I even kind of had like my last mango, and then I was like, okay, like, what's up? Because I already had seen the potential. I mean, if they would just zoom, and you were somewhere else, it's that and beyond was possible after what I had seen for the 3 months after this experience. So I'm like, okay, so what's up? And it's like, did you do your best? And this is self talking to self, but not aware of self. Just like he reflects on himself, but it's rejected. So you just stay there reflecting on self. Self's answering you like you're a separate person. Did you do your best? But somehow it seems to know everything about you. So we call it God. Right? Did you do your best? And I'm like, man, you got me. You got me because I see my best. Oh man, I've done some hell of a things when I knew there was no other option but to deliver. And I can't say I just did that with the book. True enough, I just pulled this off in a month. But I could do a lot more because I know a lot about technologies, and I know a lot about how things really work with people's mind, and a lot about businesses, and a lot about all that. And if I fired all of that into this too, I'm sure to become something different. But surely you're not asking for that, are you? Oh no, we're not asking for that. Just create a simple website, make sure people get the book, and then you'll go. This is literally a conversation that went on for at least 4 years of me doing greater and greater things, breaking open more vaults, explaining greater and greater things, and of course accepting the ridicule, accepting the complete destruction that was happening in my household and my family from others who were just sending negative vibrations and energies as they were making their transitions. The total ousting and blackballing because I wouldn't be accepted by the black community completely because I liked white people. And they didn't accept me too much because I was black. And so I ended up staying in between, like where I like to be, right in the gap. Perfect. And thus, for 10 years, we broadcasted a message that changed people's lives, virtually undisturbed from the outer forces and influence of somebody trying to make you blow up before it's time. Think about that. You know, everybody's looking for the fame, but what happens when you get it and you're not even ready with your own message? I saw brothers attract 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 million views on a video and had nothing to land people into but a couple hats and t-shirts. Not a real mission, not a real cause, and yet they persist. So why it came with the knowledge about the language is because of the mystery of the number 26, which is what you see here. 26. You have 26 characters in your English language. As I've told you, 26 plus 26. Let me make sure I get it right so y'all don't blast my feed crazy. It's 52 weeks in a year. 26 gives us the number of so many different things. So let's just read about it. This is an excerpt from Letters and Numbers written by Gematria Code, which is Gematria Effect. It's a YouTube channel. Brother goes in. I can't say that I could just endure all those numbers that long. Man, that's a hell of a brother that he's just numbers all day, and he's exposed to a certain vibration, so we send love to him. But in the beginning of his book, it was like his magnum opus anyway, right there, because he just consolidated it for his readers. And for many of us that are already aware of this, you know, it was a great reflection once again in awareness. And I'll read it to you. And it says, the wisdom and insight is coming, truth seeker, and this is his own words. In the chapters ahead, we will examine the overlaps between Hebrew, Greek, and English And next chapter, you will learn how to calculate each of the bolded words that follow, which is English. All add up to 26. As we covered, God, the word G-O-D, sums up to 26 in gematria. Okay, so this is very important, right? Don't miss this. Like, don't think this is like just random knowledge. You need to understand that the gematria, which is a part of the Kabbalah, which is the basically Hebrew, has a numerical equivalent. Every word in Hebrew is a number versus a separate set of numbers like in the English language. So because of that, and because we can match Hebrew up with English, or Yiddish up with English, we're actually able to see where the numerical equivalents are in the English language. And so the English word God is number 26 also. So you need to understand this connection because it means everything. Now remember, we know that the number 26 also is the Tetragrammaton. We just showed you that. Okay? So now what we're talking about is the Cabal. And for those who don't know what Cabal really means, and I love to see the students come and teach because there's so much more building and inventing I could be doing as the mantles are passed. Old Ouroboros. The Cabal, or the cable, meaning the beginning must connect to the end. The A must connect to the Z. Only oral resuscitation will suffice. You must be told about it directly from a master who knows about it, right? So what are all they saying? Like, okay, you're shrouded in a mystery. Like, they've done so well in shrouding it in mystery. Can you do so well at simplifying it? A cabal or a cable is what this word means. It means the beginning connects to the end. But what did we just see? Let me turn this on real quick. Okay, so you see that on the screen? The cabal, the cable, right? And the cable has a beginning and an end. That's why I say it's Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. This is the Kabbalah. Okay, it connects. It's A to Z. Okay, it's 26. It's geometry. It seems to connect with language, right? You're building a picture here? If you're not, I'll keep going. So this image, like I said, again, is showing you this is what all this means, because it's showing you the future light cone and the past light cone, the beginning and the end, and extend a little further than that. You know, you also are connected to this directly. It shows you that you are the language. This is why when they draw the Tetragrammaton, and even Allah for that matter, they always show you it as a human body. But some people think that may be just like, you know, maybe they were doodling a little bit and wanted to make a body out of it. No, it is the human body. Okay? And then the thing is that now when you understand how complex humans are and how wild this has really got, now you can see where all of the lore comes from. Oh, it's terrible. Oh my goodness, because you're only describing human beings then, but it makes more sense when you do that, and it doesn't create an external force that becomes our terrorizer and our judge, what keeps us divided. You see, when it becomes external, it becomes our judge to us, and that's what people feel like God is. It's like, God's judging me, so now you're judging yourself. See what they said in that beginning script? It's reflecting on himself and reflecting on himself, so he's being rejected. So judgment day has already happened, and you're after judgment day, stuck behind time walls, in prisms, playing color codes and color games, running scripts, right? Small codes, never realizing about the CPU. Your memories and how they play into all of this, your energy, right? So all that is where the darkness is, but you're being educated inside of the egg so that you can rule from your own egg, as we concluded semester 2 of university, okay? remember, it's like this only confirms more and more because they swoop right in on me. Like at the last episode, I had a whole nother message. I was just like, whew, I'm so glad because I had to do all of that, big pictures, and there's a lot of aesthetics here if you didn't notice. So I had to do all that. I'm like, okay, we're done. Whew, we're going to celebrate. This is the last one. And then they're like, actually, this is going to take another direction because it's now time to reveal the full atomic structure and what it looks like. Google these pictures. What does an atom look like under an electron microscope, which is one of the only tools to see it? It looks like a Star of David. Yeah, but we know that's not the Star of David. That's David. And then it goes on and on and on. That's a double cone. So now you start realizing, oh, that's atom. That's the beginning. That's the end. So now you can start realizing what happens when you split atoms, okay? So I'm giving you all the knowledge piece by piece. But remember right here, it also says that YHVH is coded 18 times in the Star of David, which is not the Star of David, okay? It's not the Star of David. It is, oh, excuse me, hold on real quick. There we go. As it says over here in the top corner, 6 lines and 6 V-shaped figures, YHVH, encoded 18 times in the Star of David. So this means that this is the actual pattern within the human body and how many times that pattern, atomic pattern, replicates before it starts, going into its lower versions infinitely and going into its highest versions infinitely. So this knowledge will bring an awareness of even how to create generators that never fail. You see what I mean? Like, any alchemist was only trying to build something perfect because, like God, they will become perfect. And what they mean by that is that because of the number 26, being God, that you will become perfect if you learn the proper weights and measures. But the learning ground was here in the gap, in the extremes, where there's extreme negative and extreme positive, so you have all components to play with. Have you ever seen when you get in to work on something and you don't have the right tools? Here, they give you all the tools, all the personalities, all the codes, chairs, geometry, square, shape, all the primitives. So you were all given it all, so you're really given a gift. So if you squander that gift, you can imagine what's going to happen when the CPU comes and processes all of the memories, because that's what we're about to deal with next year. So let's keep going. If it's heavy, I'll make it lighter. So obviously, what I had done in the room that day, and we'll get back to this in a moment, was an evocation to self. I called myself to come and intervene for self because self was just being stupid. And translinear and multidimensional and quantum self moved in with the kind of equipment that was necessary to wake up this kind of hard head, rock head. You mean like I knew everything already. So at that point about the physical world, it was very difficult to come at me with some kind of new idea or something that I didn't know about. And also I had a spiritual past, so I had a lot of information about spiritual. So spiritually and mentally, I was very equipped. Physically even strong, but just nowhere near in the proper shape. Literally. Need to shape it up a little bit. So once I went into the high vibration and the evocation of self. Now how it came to me was, as I was sitting on the bed and the deja vu started happening, once it stopped, it seemed logical because of what I had just experienced. I was like, I said to myself years ago, when I was sitting in prison for that year and a half, learning all that knowledge, reading all those encyclopedias, and getting myself together, using that time as a college period, like what time you would spend in college, I said to myself then, after I had found the word, I said, man, now I'm just going to put it away. See, when I was studying there, I kept reading in the Apocryphas or, in Sibylline oracles or somewhere in each works, they're always like, and he was given the name. And then they'll say another one, and the name was terrible. And then the name was lost. And none had the name. And I'm like, damn, this is like a suspense story. They're like, what's the name? And I'm just looking all over the place and couldn't find the name until I kept going back further and further and further and further and further and further. And then one day I got to a book and it had the name. And by then I had read so much crazy stuff about the name. And the last thing I was going to do was call the name. And I just put the name somewhere where I always would have it. And I marked it down as an achievement. You found the great ineffable word. But because it's ineffable, then you probably shouldn't say it because of all this stuff that is a huge list, laundry list of things that's going to happen to you. I was like, okay, I'm definitely cool on that. And I even went back to sleep. Like years later, like a few years later, 1 year later, I'd gone back into the world, as they say. But then this point woke me up. And when that happened, it was so crazy, I felt like I needed to defend myself. Basically, like this is too much for me. I need to call the word. And it seemed like a logical thing for me. That's how it all happened. It wasn't that I knew anything about what it was going to do, had any idea of mantras, vibrations, tones, frequencies. I didn't have any idea of that kind of stuff. I just knew innately I'm going to call the word because this is like I need to talk to God because whatever is going on right now, God's going to know. And if this is God, and if God is terrible and he's a destructor and all this kind of stuff, then so be it. That's what I need right now because I am not, after getting this revelations, going to be going into the lower experience. God's going to know about this. So I uttered the word 3 times. That's why I was saying if you're not it, nothing happens. Because I'm sure many people, there's people in Jerusalem, they have to say this word quite a few times during the day. Sometimes, most of the time they're told never to say it, but people say it. Nothing happens generally. So it's not just anyone, it's when you're ready. And it's not just the word, it's you. You are the word. See, how they had to play me, that's why how I had to play myself. Okay, watch this. See, if you're told every single thing about what you're going to do, let's say 10 years ago I was told every single thing about what I was going to do, the whole thing, would I really do it? All of this work and oh my goodness, no way. So how much do you think your higher self, your parents, your ancestors are really keeping from you until you show yourself ready to actually be approved for that? You see, quite a bit probably, right? So that's what happened to me. And in that experience, I got to a point of realizing that, and let me just collect myself here. So going through this experience, I got to a stage where, so that's what I meant to say. I just want to make sure I skipped nothing here. So when I said the word 3 times, right? And I had known this because, see, now, let's just be very clear here. Now, in Christianity, which is, like the last of the traditions, the one that had the least amount of minerals in it, right? It's just almost water, nowhere near the rocks that we used to eat, right? Nowhere near mufkuts. It's like the weakest of the weak, right? But in this tradition, they talk about these. Okay, so this is what I want to say. I'm just trying to collect my thoughts here. Okay, so they don't talk about really directly in the Bible anything about evocations. Okay, this is what I'm trying to get to here. But in the Hindu traditions, evocations happen all the time. They're called mantra. Okay, so there's virtually no awareness of what mantra is in Christianity. Okay, however, mantra exists in Christianity, and the general mantra that most people use in Christianity is hallelujah. Okay? Hallelujah. That is a mantra, right? And it's a mantra because if you go to the holiness or the Pentecost or basically the all-out crunk denomination, they can get the Spirit moving with this word. And also they have a process called tearing for the Holy Ghost, that if you say this word over and 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 over again, maybe for 3 hours, something happens. And it really does happen. As a little kid, I was always trying to think, are they faking? Or is this real? And it was always a mixture of both. It was always a mixture of both. Some folks you could clearly tell that they wasn't faking. Sister Betty was not faking when her shirt come up. She was just too holy for that. And then others you could tell, okay, that's Chandala. Chandala, is that you? Because that's what everybody is saying, Chandala. But Obobo Itobo, now he's on it. So this is what I was as a little kid, okay? So because of that, I already knew the formula, if you may, from how I could process it, that if you say words over and over again, that something happens. So this is kind of where the suggestion came from. It was like, oh, eureka! Maybe that ineffable tetragrammaton you found You just say it over and over again like the hallelujah thing, and the same thing will happen, because I went through the process of tarrying for the Holy Ghost, and I did receive Shekinah, and it still talks at 3 a.m. about all types of wisdom. Like it's just a wisdom thing. It's like Siri, but from like 4,000 years ago. And anything you are focusing on that has to do with balance and spirituality, nature, etc., it just comes in and it will tell you about all of that. So I inherited that. So I was thinking that this was going to be like a similar bolt-on, okay? No. It would almost be like, maybe hallelujah is like the female one, like what Solomon describes her as, like a beautiful bride, gentle dove descending, probably that kind of character. The Tetragrammaton is more like the burning bush. It's more like what happens in the holiest of holies. Now, this is us. But it's like a flaming fire. So, but of course, I wasn't like prepared for that at all, because this is Kundalini. Okay, remember all these symbols, they're all the same. They're Shriyantric fields without the straight lines. This is Kundalini ready to have its way with me, and I'm just like a deer in the headlights. Hey! So it went. Once I said it 3 times, I felt my body vibrating, because I knew from the tearing process years ago that if you did it on your knees, there's water in your knees, and it seemed to cause a vibration easier. So I was like, okay, let me try that. I said the word 3 times, and the stuff started vibrating. I was like, shit, this works. Let me clean everything up, because I already knew, since I was a kid, nothing filth, get everything clean, take your shoes off. So I was like, okay, we're going to meet God right now. I don't know what this thing does, but it's working. And I also had a friend there in the house with me. Now, he was in the house downstairs, and I had already had the 5 minutes and then the process of coming to the realization I need to call this name within the span of 3 or 4 hours, and he knew nothing about that. So he thought he was coming upstairs to just his homeboy, and who he came up to was Yah after that, just a flaming fire, okay? So he comes in, he's like, yo, what's up? So I give him the rundown. Yo, this said this, this said this, this said this, and this, and this, and this. The same conversation that anybody would have had with me like when I started on year 1. And, my wife used to say always, hey, I'm so glad we changed a lot because, man, I would go at you, and it didn't matter what you believed or what you thought or any of that. You just were going to accept this truth because it had hit me that hard, right? So I hit him. He was the first one to get it. Pure lion breath all over him. And so because he was like a really close friend, he was like, cool, man, whatever. I've been through kind of something like that before. So he was along for the ride. So after I said, so you're going to leave? And he's like, no, I'm going to sit here. And I'm like, shit, he's going to sit. All right. He ain't going to stop me then. I'm not going to be ashamed. And so I started calling it. And maybe once I got to maybe the 7th word or 7th time, that's when I started realizing as the energy was coming up that I couldn't stop it. Because I started feeling a reverberation in the body. And this is Kundalini awakening. And then it felt like water was rising. I'm like, what the fuck? And like water was really rising up my body. And I'm like, man, what's going on? And then he's like, and then everything is shaking that is metal. And things that are not metal, and I've mentioned this several times, or no resonance, are not moving. And this is creating like a warping effect. Like it literally looks like the reality is kind of warping a little in the room. So Buddy is like, yo, what's up? What's going on? And he grabs me, and that was right around the time that I was leaving. Because not only was I up to my neck in water all of a sudden, what felt like water, the vibration was so high, I was like almost kind of paralyzed by the vibration, and then I felt like it, because I was basically thinking in my mind, man, when this gets to my nose, I'm going to drown. That's all I kept thinking. It's like, I'm going to drown because this water which is no water, but I feel water. And then all of a sudden, I lost consciousness. Mm-hmm. And just as fast as I lost consciousness, I gained consciousness again. So it was like a boom, boom. And the most important point to remember about this that will help us a little bit later in this conversation is that when I went up, it seems like I was boom, gone, and flying up. But I didn't see that visually. I just felt the inertia. And then I hit something. Boom. And with the same amount of strength that I was coming up, when I hit that, it was like I hit like a trampoline. it pushed me back down. But I had gone up so high, I entered into some other spaces. So when I came down, boom, I could feel it in my hands. That's the only thing that was like the indicator that I had definitely gone somewhere, was like all of the knowledge or the essence of these places was actually in my hands. And I was going like this, like, even though I wasn't seeing anything. Now, once I'm coming to, like basically trying to figure out, this is a hell of a ride. I did not expect this. I expected gentle, peaceful dove. What I got was, I don't know, Leo Fentalis. I don't know what I got. It was wild. So anyway, I realized that, okay, what about Demetrius? And I looked, and he was strange. And this may give us a little hint of what may happen here in a year or may not, depending upon how well we can actualize our Sovereignty 2020 over the entire world to get people expanding into realizing shift happens. He clearly wasn't himself. And the behavior I recognized from the movement was sub behavior. Okay, now, when I say that I recognize, it was also because I had a wild amount of awareness. Every single thing that I looked at, I knew the answer to. So when I looked at him and I saw him in that condition, it's almost faster than you can even ask your question. What's going on wrong with him? You already have an answer. His spirit is gone out of his body. And what was inhabiting him is like what bodies really are when there's no spirit. So I guess it's just the other half. Right? So I was dealing with the other half, and he was kind of moving around. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to kill this thing. And that's literally what I saw. I grabbed this barbell, and this was what was going on. I'm telling you, this stuff is very powerful and potent. This is why they're warning people, right? So I grabbed this barbell because I felt like I was in the room with Satan. All of a sudden. And this is what they call these kind of roles play out. This could be megalomania. This could be catharsis. This could be dissociative disorder, because you've now taken yourself completely out of the norm and you're trying to operate a heavy vehicle. So I had the thing, and he was there, and I had the thing like this. Now this is about, because I had to be curling. I was bigger then. I had to be curling maybe 80 pounds. So I got this thing like this, like a javelin, and I saw it. It was like a flicker. And what I saw was a gold chain that one of my friends used to wear, and it was the Archangel Michael standing over the devil with the sword, right? And it was like a freeze frame, because it was, and then what was said right then and communicated by the higher self is, see, you're going to do it again. You keep doing the same thing over and over again. Now, I had no idea what that meant. And as I kept like, struggling against, do I eliminate this creature, or am I being told something? It started to unfold what that meant. And it was about that this lock that we're in, like what they say, Michael's sword intercepts the buckler of Satan, all that, right? This was that same traumatic thing going on over lifetimes, either being the Hashashin, taking some advice from Ben Saba and going to murk a couple crusaders, or whether I'm there, at wherever you're at, but that same good versus evil, and how that's not a mysterious way. And how the only way you will extend beyond all of this, now that you've come into this level of awareness, is if you move in mysterious ways. And right then, of course, I was like, oh, for sure, because now that I'm coming to it, I think I'd probably go to jail for this too. Start thinking, you're coming down into it now. It's like, yeah, this will be good. And right around that time, he came back. And he was like, yo, it's me, stop. And no, he didn't know. I had already got the message. But when he came back, he still wasn't exactly himself. And I'm explaining all this for a reason. Like, this probably would be one of the only times somebody accounts these kind of experiences deep by detail. But he was trying to basically get back into himself, but kind of into himself. And right then, this other part that he was, it kept trying to find the phone. It was like it was blind, but it was looking for the cell phone. The whole time I started realizing that the whole reason why it kept moving around the room was it was looking for the cell phone, and he had found it, and he was grabbing the cell phone, and once he had got it right there, and then something came in my head and it said, do not let him use the cell phone. And it explained in detail right around, like in real time, as me grabbing the cell phone from him as he's making the call and me cracking the phone in half with the superhuman strength. Kundalini is fully active. And the explanation came through. It says he's trying to call you so you can hear your own voice from your answering machine. And if that happens, this process, it won't take, and it will be dangerous. So it communicated all that at one time, maybe for somebody else in the future or the past that may experience this. Listening to your own voice before the transition, your previous voice, because your previous voice contains the exact frequency of where you were then. And if you've changed and now you're going through that process of like settling into the change, your old voice will pull you back. The same way people that still think they're seeing the same old person will pull you back. Before the change completely takes, it's like you're just now getting into your new diet and everything, and then here comes those same old people, and now they're pulling you back. When the bread starts calling again, when the cheese, hey, right? When it starts calling, that wheat starts calling, when that crust, that crunch, that skin, when it starts calling, then they're right there harmonizing with that call. And your process hasn't took yet. So you could see why higher self ordered me out of Atlanta. After I did one major thing, and I only want this all to be on the same recording, just in case some novices, some neophytes are coming in 10 light years in the future and listening and want to observe. The final process that this put me through was, first of all, like, you need to walk. Like, everything was walking for me at that point. And I had an exotic rental car business. So I imagine what it was like for people in the A to see me walking. I still have my Ferragamos, though, as I always say. They just made good walking shoes. But they would be rolling up on me like, yo, what's up? Where's the cars? And I'd be like, there's no more of that, the language, and this, and this, and this. I go crazy on them. And then what would happen, though, is because we had a list. Like, it literally sat me down and it wrote a list, and this list was in chronological order to the people that I had met in Atlanta from the first time I stepped into that space that somehow were influencing why I was still there and couldn't even leave. Right now, if you told me to even tell you what was going on last Monday based on yesterday based on what my life in the A was like once that thing was in rare form, I would not be able to tell you. So to be able to write down every single person that I wrote that I met in order was divine for sure. And on top of that, I was bumping into these people randomly by just walking. So I'm walking, and I always tell the story about one in particular. So I just finished up with one. I'm actually riding down the street. One of the guys next on the list, he's right there. Boom, yo, Sevan, what's up? He just is getting out of jail. And I'm like, he's like, yo, man, I'm looking for you, man. I got this. Now, I got this new thing. And then I'm like, but my consciousness is like, you see? You see what they know you for? You see what they know you as? You have to change that. So I would go in on them, and this, and the words, and none of that stuff, and all this. And by the time they were done, for sure, they'd be like, yo, where I drop you off at, cuh? I'm done. And I'd be like, yo, drop me off at the cemetery, homie. For real. Like, I left, the last time one of my best friends saw me, I told him to drop me off at a cemetery. He was so anti what I was talking about. I said, man, drop me off at the Jewish side of the cemetery, man. It's a little bit more peaceful over there than what you got going on. And it was. So the reality is, though, is that there was a literal changing of the solid eidolonic projection that I had created in pinnacle people's lives. Even to a point where I was coming out of the store, I had just got some water, and I'm looking down at my list, and I see it's Ahmed next, and then I go and open the door, boom, I run right into somebody. I'm like, I'm sorry, and I look, and it's Ahmed. And I'm like, but I had already seen so much by then, none of this was a surprise. So I just go right into it. He, say, hey, my father's in town, went to meet his father. His father met me, and then he was like, everything for me was juxtaposed then. I had turned the world back right side up. So he stuck out his right hand to handshake me, and I stuck out my left hand. And I said, I don't use that hand. So basically anything anybody was doing on the normal, you wasn't going to get it from me. And that was how, like I said, I destroyed my old life. Because after I spun out of that ring, the last person I saw was my mother. I sent her on her way back to San Diego or California, packed up everything. It was even crazy then. We had like a bag of pictures that had me and Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh, who the hell is this? Like, I'm looking through the pictures and I'm like, man, this is crazy. I'm like, and the last picture I got, I only had like 5 pictures anyway. But then the other family members, like, they in there with Winnie the Pooh. And then the mind was like, the consciousness was like, this is what you need to go at. You need to get rid of this. And I'm thinking like, come on, man, we can't get rid of the family pictures. These are the last of the last. So I wasn't going to do it. Nah. My brother came home. He had just come home from school. He saw that we were all cleaning out the storage. And he thought that was, all that stuff in the area was garbage. Somebody had set the pictures on top of something. He threw it all down the incinerator. So it was gone. They still looking at me crazy about them family pictures. But anyway, so the reality is that this was the part of the ascent. Because the process was an evocation of self. I called higher self to come in and intervene on my behalf. Because I was in a loop. The vibrational shift. Clearly there was a vibrational shift, then a fallout. I fell out with everybody. We were always on a different frequency after that. I had to get out of there. It only took me a month to shut down every single thing I had. And I thought that it would take a lot longer to close down my empire. A month. Anything that was harmful for people, I threw it away. Everything else I sold at 25% of the value or gave away. Just to keep, Oh, y'all went, oh, no, you can't leave. Oh, no, y'all can have that. Okay, you can go. Oh, you still, well, you can have the whole thing. Okay, you can go. Shit, what's wrong with him? He giving us the, yeah, I'll sign it. You gonna sign it? Yeah, I'll sign it. Here, you can have it. So I bought my own freedom. Instead of waiting for the cycle for me to get broke again so I can be the higher self. What are you gonna do to me? I promise. Instead of going through that whole cycle, I decided to reverse the trend. Instead of losing everything, I gave it all away. And that was the beginning. That was the gesture. I turned the torsion field, instead of going like this, out, 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 out. Some people are confused sometimes about Widdershins and Diesel, like meaning the frequencies and how the vibration of the body is to spin. And I know it can be confusing, but just think of it like this. When it's going like this, it's going out, 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 out. Everything that you have is going out. Everything you think about is out. All the people around you you're worshiping and all the gods are external and everything is out. But the reversal of the field goes like this. Now everything is in. It's all got to come to me now. I'm not going to chase it anymore. And this is what I did to the torsion field. Simple. By reversing everything that I was doing before. It's a formula. And it always works. So I come gliding out of there. And that brought me in front of you today. I was in a country that I couldn't speak any other language, and my brain would not take the code. Even to this day, I do not know Spanish. And my brain rejects the code. It does not want any more codes. So this meant that I couldn't communicate. I couldn't go out, party, find women, any of that kind of stuff. Not that I would want to after the experience. I just was sitting in a small room, like looking around, and my best friend was an iguana. That was from Magic City, 112, Ferraris, all of the stuff going on, the circuit, we used to call it, from Vegas all the way down to Miami with all of the different stuff. You know what I'm talking about. It's like the festival this, and then the Super Bowl this, and then Puffy is here, and then all this. And then because I got the cars, this is all fueling all in the fuel. You see what I mean? So, but destruction or salvation. Because in that process, I got a chance to see everything. I saw Prince, Patti LaBelle, all these different people to further realize that we were doomed if what I thought, which was that these people had some kind of grip on the reality a little bit more than I did, was true. So through that process, I realized, man, these people don't know any more than I do about, in fact, I know more than they do about spirituality. Oh no, this is not a solution. So I kind of meaning now, just getting to the top doesn't unlock knowledge for you. In fact, it takes you away from it. Contrary to what most people think. They trying to sign up for the Illuminati now. What a pity. Well, here we are. So notice the process, the shift and the fallout. So I fall out. Like I just basically left the island and I was on my little boat in the middle of the ocean. I didn't know where I was going to go. I didn't have any friends. I didn't know who I was going to, any of that. And nor did I need any of that. All I needed was myself and the process that I was going through with myself. One of the first people I met was a doctor about the body named Theo, who's no longer with us. And he taught me everything about the body. I talked to him one time through a friend's recommendation who I had also wiped out in my conversation. I was like, some lady I met here in Costa Rica. And I just gave it to her. And she was nowhere near ready for that knowledge, but she knew somebody that was. She was like, I'm going to put you to one of my friends, Theo. He gets into all of that. That's what she said. And on Christmas Day, 3 years later, a year later, Christmas Day, around that same time, 21st, 25th, 26th, same thing, he calls me. Hey, what's up? I heard, we need to talk. And I said, yeah, are we going to go through protocols or are we just going to go right into this? He said, come by. And so I hit him with it when I went over there. Like anybody could get it. You guys know me. Like in the beginning, still now, anybody can get it. So I was on my motorcycle. It was Christmas. I was riding through the city like it was vanilla sky. There was nobody in the city. And I went over there to his house, and I started giving it to him. He said, man, this is brilliant, but you're filthy. What? What are you talking about? He said, man, I'm looking at your eyes. And he was like, because he said, because I'm an iridologist also. And I don't know what the iridologist, you're irritating me right now. It's like, yeah, I just gave you the jewel. You're telling me I'm dumb. So, or filthy. And he's like, yeah, but he said, you're a vegetarian, right? And I said, yeah. But he said, but you're a junk food vegetarian. You eat croissants, huh? And I was like, yeah, He's like, you eat French fries, huh? He's like, yeah, you're a junk food vegetarian, so you're not clean. So all of what you're saying is amazing, but I'm going to show you what you're really about once we clean all of that out. And then talk to me. And we went on this quest. It was like yin and yang with me and him as far as we made it perfectly with what he needed. He was like, this guy was wild. So he had known every single thing about the body, but he was already like 70. He was ready to go. He fixed OSHA when OSHA was sick. He fixed Manly P. Hall when Manly P. Hall was bloated and had all of died that day. They was stale. They called in to try to get him back. He was a holistic doctor 20 years ago in Mount Shasta. Just drilling into me all the time about the bullshit. Let me dial it in. Just all the bullshit that goes on in these communities. But anyway, in that process of what he taught me, which I taught everybody else through this process about the importance of how to keep your body clean, that's when I started making the levels of acceleration that matched and paired with the knowledge that I had just received from the awakening of Kundalini. So it wasn't just any one thing. It's a formula. It's a process. The real invisible university, or invisible college, as they sometimes call it. So now the rebuilding had to take place. Just like the Shiva character is great at destruction, but only because it's great also at regeneration. Okay? So I had to rebuild everything. I rebuild a whole new life. And that's what I did. And I started off with a gesture of kindness and love by giving away what was most valuable to me. And you know that story. And it kept going. I just want you to see the process. Now we're at the Advent. It's been a decade. I've spent to the tune of about 14 hours a day for 90% of that time working with people, working with other celestial beings, working with this platform, these technologies, all trying to unify all those forces so they come to see the awareness and the power that we truly have together. And I also come personally into the fulfillment of the creation of this projection. So that's the rebuilding process, because I didn't go try to get rent-a-cars again and Ferraris and go to Mannheim and get auctions and pay $100,000 and run it back through the auction after making $200,000 or $300,000 for the same price I buy. I didn't go back into all of that. I went into something different, a strange world with strange people. And here we are, together, loving each other. Tribe. Real tribe love. Now, as I said, we're in the Advent. This is now, like what they say with the Mahdi, the 12er. When they come and they move through, it's like a force and an energy moving through of urgency. It's the last hour. An hour is one anu An anu, okay, so 1 hour for us on this planet, or excuse me, 1 year for us on this planet is 1 hour for the beings that are on the next cog, right, which are called the Igigi in the Sumerian text, those who man the ship, okay? So in that text, this is the final hour. And we'll talk about this in a little bit, and I actually will probably let Martin elaborate on that in his video. But we've been talking about 2020 for a minute. And it was just because I got the transmission, same beings, same higher self. 2020 is the date. We never gave you a date. Now you have a date. This is it. All the wires, all the chips. Run. Sovereignty 2020. Make yourself sovereign and as many people as possible on the physical plane as possible. You accomplished that already as above. You have to do it there first. If you're leaking, if you got God you worship, you're leaking. You can't become a sovereign. It won't happen. But once you patch those leaks up, now you got to fuel yourself. You got to fill back up that thing. And it goes like a thermometer, the Kundalini. If you keep getting aired out all the time in anger, in acids, you just keep letting it, you let out there. You almost get there by continuously pushing out energy that is not suiting you. It's not returning to you. It's not cycling. Anger, even when you get it back, how does it hit you back? You get angry at somebody, you get mad at them. Do they come back at you like, I love you, right away? Hell no. They come back at you with the same aggression. And now you're getting hit with that. Sometimes they come back more and you really get hit. You see what I mean? So is that ever the route? So people have been degraded this way. So this Advent now, this 1 year, this is the biggest campaign of a lifetime, believe it or not. Meaning 1 year to get a person into the condition of being able to make the ascent into 3,000 years in the future. Now, all this, again, will sound foreign until you hear the video here that I'm going to play. But it's just awareness, again, that time is frequency, and where we need to be is about 3,000 years ahead. But fear not. If you think that is an ultra-technological world where you need to be able to understand every encyclopedia or at least have Neuralink on to tell you, you're wrong. Not only are you already capable of with the equipment of how to do this, it also stems around the exact awareness that the future is only unity. That's why I call it the unity code. It's not as complex. It's actually eliminating the things that made you complex, eliminating the things that divided you. So here we go. Wow. All right. Man, I only got through one paragraph of my notes. No way. Let me see what time it is. All right, we're going to take a moment and we're going to come forward. This is going to be a maxi. Like, well, not today's per se, but yeah, this, I guess so. It's got to be delivered. So we're going to take a quick moment and we're going to come back. I may set the Guinness Book of World Record today because it all has to be a part of the same opus. Like this all must be delivered today as it goes forth. So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to drink some water, refresh myself, and I'm going to come back into this again and keep this going because this is still more. Like this is the preliminary. It's a lot of joy though. Like I feel like very joyous that we were able to actually pull apart so much of things so it's out on the table, right? So now we can start connecting these pieces, especially because you know a lot about occultism, right? You know a lot about symbolism and all of this stuff. So as we start connecting these dots, it's going to be like, oh my goodness, how did I see that? How did I not see that? And then you'll start realizing the reason why you didn't see it because it wasn't time. It has nothing. It was a frequency that you didn't see it. It wasn't like something you did, oh man, because it was all had to be timed properly. Like I said, why would you want to know the highest levels of everything in your entire existence all at one time right now? And see how you would cope with that, right? So that's what's up. Let's take it forward here in just a moment. Let's see, what do we got on hold music? We got virtually nothing. So I'm just going to put that starting music on. Let's let it breathe for about 10 minutes, and then we're going in again. So if you're on Instagram, maybe that thing's probably shut off already. You know, they're like, hey, get him. Morpheus is fighting Neo over there or something, but we'll see if it's still on. And then if it is, I'll reset it and let it run again, and this will keep running. So let's do this. Wow, that thing had 463 viewers on it. on Instagram live. That's a whole nother crowd too. All right, I'll start that again when it's time. So what do you think so far? Oh yeah, it's still like, man, I just look at my notes, it's only a paragraph I've done so far. It still goes on. Oh my goodness, come on. Okay. No. y'all heard what was going on back here, it'd just be divine comedy. Let's go, Cosmic Tribe. Whew. We're going to climb the entire mountain today, I guess. So that's what they had in mind. Maybe I should have slept a little bit more. Minutes. Right, Instagram, I see they cut you off, but I'm cutting it back on again. And if you are on Instagram and you need to know where we're at YouTube.com/understanding, and it's a lot of understanding happening today. Okay, so we're going to take a minute and let it breathe. Just so that everybody's able to come forward from the break, or actually the connection. That's what. Yeah, I guess it is. It's a brief interruption. It's a breather. Just to get you to, sit into this cloud, really feel it. Dial yourself in, connect to yourself, realize this is about you. The power that we're talking about, which is at a great magnitude. I'm doing my best to express it, but it's nothing like what it feels like. The map is not the terrain. There is no way you can read about having a baby and somehow that be like having a baby. It's two totally different things. So just remember on your points of balance what systems to be using. So let's see, is everybody saying they can hear? Just wait. Just let me know. Whew. Okay, so I'm just going to give a quick moment. I do need a notification just if things are... Okay, great. Okay, the lag in the stream. All right, so now we need to revisit something that is quite interesting for me, especially since, I'm going to, today is just a disclosure day. And that's amazing. So I love to have these moments because they're like candid conversations, especially because, you know, let's say they have these expectations of you sometimes. Like, if you're leading people, people know who you are, then there's like this way with just this group of people, especially in the conscious community, where everybody's supposed to be nice to each other. And even when somebody's doing something super off, nobody's supposed to say anything. And everybody knows that I don't really play by those same rules. I just kind of remove myself from the space and stay in my lane. But generally, if my lane starts brushing against other lanes, I'll say something. And one of those lanes has been dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. You all know it, Flat Earth, and me and the Flat Earth community, and how we've had this love-hate relationship over a certain period of time for a variety of reasons. Now, everybody in that community should be aware and does know that when many of the papers that were leaked from intelligence agencies that have been made available or even declassified to be available legally, there has been a lot of implications of the psi operations that have gone on to confuse things more and divide things more, even within the conscious community. Okay, so the conscious community is also being exposed to a real Operation COINTELPRO kind of situation where different personalities, based on their own uniqueness, sometimes urge their followers to not agree with or even be found around or on the site of other people who don't believe the same thing completely. And this has happened in so many different sessions in the conscious community, but it also goes on in the religious structure. So it's the same thing. Divide and conquer. That's why I said, if you read all of the crazy spiritual books that talking about the dark magics and all of this stuff, the only thing it keeps driving home is that division is the greatest tool for bringing about destruction and chaos. And if one wants to be in that, they will separate mothers from fathers. They'll separate husbands from wives. They'll even separate kids from their parents. They'll work in those kind of ways to accomplish the greatest level of darkness and to bring up that current. That's what the books actually say. So because of that, it becomes very important for us all to realize that if we're divided in the community and we can't agree, even if it's, let's say, a temporary disagree or a moment where we need to become more aware of certain kind of knowledge, let's say that, then we have to agree, let's say, to not separate from each other. But of course that doesn't happen. So we have all these different factions, and Flat Earth has become a faction. And anybody who doesn't support that kind of starts getting pummeled by them. But the more that anything fires upon us, the stronger we grow, because that is our design. So we've got quite a few people in the community that actually have come from communities that don't consider things about your diet, don't consider things about just all out how are you going to look in front of people in the open. Do you know why secret societies were actually really created? They weren't created by people that were just trying to do dark things. In fact, that was never their origin. Secret societies were created when religion started becoming placing laws, which was almost in the beginning, that you could not follow anything but that religion. So other societies, like ones that believed in astronomy, had to come together secretly so that they wouldn't be seen as being against what the edict of the kingdom was saying that people should do. Now, this was a way to also check people, literally check them. You worship this. And because just as the Brahmic books state that whoever is the leader, you should worship their God because they are God. So with that going on, when people were practicing anything else, it was seen just like you were just doing what Father told you not to do, which would get you killed, because there was like well, if I let them do it, then everybody's going to think they're going to do it. And you hear that all the time, especially in the older movies. So this is the first foundation to real secret societies when that whole secret thing started. So it's important to make that very clear. So now we're revisiting Flat Earth. And what this literally means is I need to explain to people, which I did. I actually have recordings of just exactly what I know about it from my own source, higher self. I just ask. I can ask anything, and I've asked a lot. And when I ask, they intend to take me on the experience. So it's not like, I just learn from a book. It's almost like, well, let me ask for this initiation and let's see how it goes. So I asked for an initiation into flat earth. I asked my higher conscious, what is flat earth? Now, first of all, as I said on my recordings, already done years ago, is that I believed, based on symbolism such as D, V, D, right? And that being in itself, that's how you write a D, that's how you write a D, and then this is how you connect it, right? That this disc was something mysterious, that this thing was like a UFO in a symbolism of a ship or a sham. And I also know the Merkabas and all these different things, these vehicles all seem to relate to this thing. So when I asked about flat earth to my source, is this real? It said, this is how it works and this is what you need to do. This is what it's shaped like. And this is how it explained it to me. Like a spindle. And just like you put disk on a spindle, the same thing that you deal with right now with computers, this is how the design is. And where you are is like here. And all the people in this area on this part of the disk are suggesting to you that they know everything. However, they would at least need to be here before they even knew a little bit about something. And so what you need to do is you need to go here in your consciousness, which would be to the center. And then you need to go up one level. It did not say to the top yet. Go up one level, go here, and then come stand out here, and then issue edicts and decrees to those that are in this land about what you've done. And what this means is basically it's like a clearing of your books. Now, this is exactly what higher self told me. Like, me, higher self, man, we cool. So higher self was like, this is how it works. So I followed those instructions and I went up here. Now, since it's disclosure day, I will tell you that nobody, I believe, well, I won't say nobody, you never say nobody, but I will say 80% of flat earthers will never put their ass on the line as much as I put my ass on the line about flat earth. I was in front of Giselle Bunchkin and some astronomers and some archaeologists who happened to be also there at her house explaining flat earth, holding strong. Okay? So you could imagine how much energy was pummeling me when I'm trying to explain to these humanitarians, the earth is flat and it's really shaped. So I went in. Okay, but what happened though is when I was always interacting with the community, there was also so much other stuff that was mixed in there that was not true and was not what was transmitted to me and was a direct psyop according to the paperwork. So what am I going to do? I already said what I had to say. You saw the torsion field. Now, here we are. The reason why we're revisiting this is because our great brother, Martin Kinney, he decided to stay on it. He decided that just as like we fire each one of us on this ship, all of our stuff into one direction, he fired it into this direction and actually was able to crack the cosmic clock with the conscious collective. This is a vectorization of his map. And we're going to talk about this in a minute, but we also are going to run a video here in just a little while. This is our brother, Martin Kinney. As I said, you can check him out on Facebook, like, subscribe, just let the brother know, we're supporting his experience and his quest in the collection of this knowledge and information, as we all come forth. I got to commend a brother anyway when you build a model. I even going to make a meme out of this. I got a meme that says, my meme says, the look on your face when you figure this shit out. But then I just, okay, maybe I'll take take that into another context. But that's my meme. Because the brother was able to put together the model completely to show this experience, but also crack into other things like, as we're saying, the people out here, kind of like what history is said about their involvement and what goes on in here. So the whole story, right, which connects dots for you, because when you start realizing things are not as far away as you think, you start realizing who you've been talking to when you say higher self. And where is that actual higher self? You get this triangulation of how species connect with human beings, how we exhibit traits that do come from animal kingdoms, right? Is it wrong to think that the Lemurians weren't possibly lemur and simian? Is it wrong to see the caste system still affecting the real monkey tribes today in the wild that still affects the people that are also connected with them genetically? Is it wrong? Or is it time for a whole nother level of knowledge? Of course it's time for another level of knowledge, the end of knowledge, which is wisdom. So now we get to the wisdom, and we have this year stretched out in front of us, because like I said, today wasn't a day to exhaust, let's say, any of the topics that we're bringing forth. Just know we're ready, and we have many with us, and the power in which we need to amass to accomplish the quantum change in this world is amassing fast and accumulating. Let's put it that way. So here we go. So the next thing is that now that's what we can say is the spindle theory. Okay, because now there's variations of now how we understand the vehicle. So since we understand that this Solomon temple, this great builder's work, this tower that keeps being mentioned is none other than the human body, which everybody knows here, we know that there's different ways and different aspects of understanding the knowledge that it reveals to us, this Kabbalah, that you can only learn by listening to yourself, or resuscitation, okay? Meaning it needs to be delivered to you from yourself to yourself, or someone who knows it. So now, what we generally see here, to sum this all up, in all the spindle theories, and in all the different concepts, is the same underlying principles. That energy functions through poles, and the poles are electromagnetic. And what creates these electromagnetic fields is the positive and negative judgments and actions of movement. And only in the gap, which is exactly inside of here, and there's multiples of these, and they're quantum, does life really exist as we know it? And that is where we are. We are in the gap. And we are acolytes of the gap. We surf it. And only when you start rubbing the edges up in here do things get to where you wreck your vehicle. And so just like you wouldn't let a 2-year-old take off in your car, so too, you have not been allowed access to the Merkaba, really, or the internal Merkabas, which have several different names and are explained in different ways, until now. The gates are wide open. So you have the opportunity to dissolve all of your judgments and your disconnections so you can oscillate and vibrate, right? Oscillate and vibrate to get yourself and your field picked up so you can fly. This is now really detrimental. You have to go. You're going to go at some point anyway, but right now is the best time, because remember, meaning not like now, meaning now is the time to start getting yourself together to make the transition for your consciousness. Like if you always have struggled with having the, what word am I looking for? You know, just like the motivation, you know, just to even fast, you know, like, why am I doing that? I'm just going to be hungry for 7 days. Yeah, I'm going to feel better and enjoy some, but everybody's still going to be the same. People are still going to piss me off. So this removes that as your reason why you should do it. And it puts something much more grand, a great reward right in front of you, because there's a lot that's associated with this symbolism, as you'll see in Martin's video, that has a lot to do with the Christmas tree. that as you get these counter-rotating fields, you know, and they're larger and there's larger, and each of these, this is a nest, by the way, fullerene-like boson, right? So in these nests, which is how you create monatomics even, and in that center column, you know, that level of existence, and I, you know, just think about words here, but anyway, let me keep going. So this is what we would call a torus theory. So let me finish this, first of all, before I go off. Now, each of these circular fields, or circumventing fields, if you saw this from the top, it would look like a Christmas tree. And all the lights in the Christmas tree would be the souls. So this is why it's symbolic today of the Christmas tree. But what have they done with the Christmas tree? They've cut it. They've cut down the evergreen. And I can show you through occultism how there's proof. Just like it's symbolic that the umbilical cord is cut from the mother when the baby is born, so too many souls have been cut from the energetic system and need to reconnect themselves and can reconnect themselves by vibrating higher. And this is the only thing that needs to be done to change the entire scenario or probable futures of this realm and this reality. But remember, there's gifts here under the tree, right? Because all this now, we know the meaning now. This is the symbolics of Christmas, right? Now, you know, killing the Satan part or Santa, right? And, you know, what those words really mean, like old father, you know, like the real bearded, wise wisdom side versus the consumer Black Friday side, right? So there's gifts at the tree. So what this tells you is that when you unlock this, there's a promise of a reward, but you don't know what those rewards are going to be. You can look forward to it just like a child looks forward to the presence of their tree. But right now, though, what's happening, and this is why the energy is just off. People, because consumerism, the inverted tree is now out. And people are unhappy about what is under the tree. Because for them, they already know what it is. First of all, if they want anything in a consumer-based reality, they go get it. They don't wait till Christmas. So generally, you don't know what to give somebody that has every single camera and every single cell phone that ever came out. So the reality also is that this has the person looking at this box, and this is how it can turn around into something demonic. A box that they can't see in, but they know inside is unsatisfaction. Right? So there's a lot of deeper symbolics also. Everything comes with electromagnetics. Everything comes, and you must know both of those. Because if you're just armed with the good idea, oh, Christmas, presents, you're going to be still doing the same thing when you're looking and staring down the barrel of some vinegar again, or a bag of chips. So if that's just how shallow you're going to be with it, is just electric, then you're going to miss out on the magnetic balance that is necessary to keep this thing really churning and really turning, so you have the power that's needed to go into unity. Because as you keep building up energy, your environment will change. The people around you will change. You will keep seeing then greater versions of people that you used to know. Like, I know that was Michael, but now his name is Robert. Now his name is Steve. Now his name is Cindy, but she's a woman. What's going on? Because as you're going up, the environment is really changing. You're actually in a real field with real stars. That's why I was saying, you know, those as below stars, those are not the ones you want to be watching. The ones that are shining the light. Like, I really want to keep motivating you, full spectrum light, to turn this. Because when we turn this, we're turning the spindle. Like, this is the center column, and on the top, of course, is that the center hermaphrodite, right? Like Kenny cracked it, he was like, yo, that's Mercury. Excuse me, Martin, I want to call him Kenny because his first name is like his last name. I'm sure he gets that. But like, this is Mercury. But this is Hermes, right? The hermaphrodite or Aphrodite, right? An androgen, a sun moon. It's not a sun or a moon. That's not the name. A sun is a sun and moon is moon. This is a combination of the two, right? So this is the root cause also to the division, because when they split Atum, which we've talked about, now you become the death, destroyer of the worlds. You push an external craft. Explosion versus implosion. This is in the Vimana. This is the Vimana, right? Like, this is how they need to create another way to get everybody off of a planet onto another one. Okay? Like, now we're going to get serious. Literally. They had to create a way to get everybody off the planet, but people had no Merkaba working. Their spiritual progress wasn't ready yet. So some masters created the Vimanas, which are the huge temples. They make copies of Vimanas all the time. Look at Phenomenal Travel videos with our brother Praveen. Give me one moment. This is how, when you have to travel to another planet, and you have to do that with everybody because something is occurring that you need to move on. Because any master, you're going to know. You're going to get it in the transmission from higher self. Yo, time to move. Who's going to build the ship? Who can build the ships? So all of these temples are all mimics of the real. Let me open this up. The real ark. Okay? And you got your brothers and sisters gliding across space from another planet to get to Earth because something went on. Like, I've listened to not only so many people and read so many books and had so many experiences. This stuff will have to connect at some point. And somebody said, man, where do you get this stuff? 20,000, homie. 20,000 and counting of these books. Like, still now the wheel turns itself, so I'll be asleep like, no, leave me alone. I'm trying to sleep. And did you know? And it's like, oh, wow, that's one worth waking up for. So this is one waking up for. Notice how it feels right to realize this is a craft. Maybe this is even a replica, but a real replica of a situation where all that whole race needed to come from where they were here. And why would you come here? Well, to paradise? Right? Like, at some point, as you're going to see in Martin's video, Eve is whoever's in the center. That is Eden. Okay? And in that space, it's pure and pristine. So that's like already the knowledge that, hey, if we go into one like a little bit further in, it's going to be like mother's womb again in there too. It's going to be warm. They're going to have fruits. There's going to be a lot going on. And Martin says, there's even people that understands that that's what the Martian trips and things are really about. I agree, because they use the word colonize when they talk about Mars. They don't say terraforming, which is the word you use about when you're going to change the environment of a planet so it can be inhabited. Colonization means actually something specific. It means that basically a more primal being is there, and it's possible that what had been done to us is possibly about to happen to them, except for we prevent it. These are higher missions, side game, not just getting yourself together, but going for the whole shebang bang. Like, you see brothers and sisters, instead of saying, well, no, I'm dipping, let's leave everybody behind. I'm glad my snake has risen and my birds are flapping. I told them. No. Like, you had brothers and sisters that were building shams and ships to, okay, Cousin Dante ain't ready, but I'll be damned if I'm going to leave him here. Let's get to this next space. So this is a part of the awareness. And this has happened. It's going to continue happening. And it has happened in the past. And it accounts for many of our tales, if you may, about our experience, about the experience of our ancestors with other beings, or when somebody else is coming, and all the missing gaps to all of our stories. The reason why they're missing is because we don't have the disc. Now we have the disc. And that's what I was saying. You got to salute the brother, because he at least sat down and said, let me put it all together as far as getting everything, the chronologics and the time working, because then we can set chronos. And once we set the chronosphere, which has nothing to just do with like some vampire with a scythe and come on. Set the chronosphere, because that's a Marillion sphere. That's your clock that you need to know, well, where's the current moving? Like if the current was going through the ocean, and I talked about this experience, like I was on the ocean the other week, and I saw this passageway going through. And all this stuff was on this passageway, all these fish and trash and all this stuff was going by. And I was like to the boat guy, I was like, yo, what's that? And he was like, that's the current. Now, anybody that's been out there fishing is like, you ain't seen the current before? Big city boy, deep pockets. But the reality is, the current, obviously metaphysically inclined being says, that's the pathway right there. And then they will look up and they will notice certain things about the stars, certain things about the plants, and then they will start connecting a universal system, which Santos says is syncretism. So that already happened, synchronizing the chronosphere. Ours is not synchronized, though. And we need to get it in sync, because right now we're serving, in a sense, as a collective, a projection of death. Because one group of beings want to live on the planet by themselves. That's the truth. It's not just on the Georgia Guidestones. It's very well known that there's one group of beings, they just want this as a place they can hunt. They want to build their magnificent things for themselves, have their automations and all that in play, and hunt things as this grows wild again. Okay, that's it. And that is not the projection we're going into, even if it's rewritten in stone. And that's why more powerful knowledge. What I was told and what I came to even find out was that vein of granite running through Stone Mountain, Georgia. You got to understand, where is Georgia? Georgia is at the foot of the Caucasus Mountains. Okay? But there's another Georgia in the Edo. So is there a connection? Yes. The vein of granite, that granite which they built all the courthouses and they built all of the post offices, that same granite was the same granite used to cap the pyramid, because that vein runs that deep. When they're saying, well, where is the stones coming from? They would have had to get them for 50,000 miles away. No, silly. They went down. They know where the veins are. Any real builder knows, simple dowsing. And you know where all the veins are. And then you're like, okay, there's a granite vein running right through here. So these veins are frequencies of this planet. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of fun that we're about to have, because we're going to bring the entire planetary system back online as far as it spin up, right? Get into the monatomic flow, get into the center, get it connected. You can't live separated. You will die out there. I've been in the cold vacuum of space, living on a little bit of breath, like they got Tony Stark in the new Marvel comic movie, Peep Game. They're about to kill everybody, Star. If you don't have something inside, like, you won't be able to look out here. You can look in here and you can find your brothers and you can find your sisters like that. And that's why it's like, man, this is the biggest actionable mission ever. This is why you would call me in. So again, this is Taurus theory, right? So we talked about spindle theory. We talked about Taurus theory. We're going to let Martin talk about the oscilla clock. And one of the things is I just want to reveal some final fruits. Literally fruits. Some final fruits to understand the coding within. The apple, first. You see that, Taurus? You're already catching on. When we cut in half, as you can do right now, contains a seed that looks like this. So thus a bitten apple would really mean to break off an edge of the pentagram, which would create imbalance, right? So now you understand the logos of the Apple company, right? And why it's all connected to serpent and to bit the apple and all this kind of stuff, right? But have no fear. You probably need to do something once, at least to know not to do it again. So we bit of the apple, and that causes a dissension because it's like your vehicle is not balanced. Because humans are that. Their head would be here, their hands, the other hand, the feet. Okay? And this is why geometry is so important, because you know, it's like you're looking at a truncated pyramid from the top. And then when you understand how the energy flows, oh, that's not that great. let me clean that up a little bit. You get this symbol, basically, which you know as the Maltese cross, right? Woo, need some rulers or something in here, right? So anyway, what I'm saying is that this symbolism is in every single thing, but there's some ways that you can see it a lot more clearly. There's another one, the egg. As they say, they call it the cosmic egg. And notice the design always of an egg. It is always like smaller up here and fatter down here. And that means a lot. And you're going to learn again more about that here in just a moment. But it also means that in this disproportion, it is a bit more easier to end up down here. Nicholas and the rest, Midland, and the rest of the different underworld planes and the underground cities of Saturn and all the rest of, and Vasukis and all the rest of the underworld beings, right? As they move and stir the bottom of the chasm, okay? And then, I'm going to let him just break this down because it's easier to see the matters. But there's another piece of food, okay? And this is, of course, the cosmic egg, but this is also something else tied into this that people need to understand in cultism. It is called ruling from the egg. It is a literal term to state that one has to come to a stage of awareness while they're inside of the egg, because they actually control things while they're still in the incubation phase. And some never leave the incubation because it becomes their entire projection. So your space that you're projecting right now in your environment doesn't have to be terrible. You don't have to want to flee Earth and worry about all these different things that are happening. That could be your side mission, and that gets you into a whole nother level of consciousness because you believe, you do more than believe. You know and you trust yourself. You see what I mean? Because that's what this is really about. But notice how amazing it is, though. Like, this just sounds like this is, man, people are going to go from this feeling inspired, wise, and you see different after this. So let's keep going. So you have also this word, which used to, and when I started ciphering everything, I was always like, yo, man, what's up with this word? Right? Because, like, if I crack this word just strict Kabbalistically, this just basically means a gold particle, okay? Like an ion, a piece of gold, a unit of gold, Orion, okay? And the reason why I wanted to know about it is because on a couple rare occasions where seeing had to be believing, meaning that I used to not believe certain things. Like, I used to believe that everybody was good, that had spiritual knowledge. I found out that they are good and bad. Let's just put it like that. But there will always be something to learn, and you should always keep yourself girded, especially when you're going into different situations that you know there's some buffoonery going on. So I would end up in some of those situations sometimes as the fly on the wall, not believing in anything, almost cloaked where they couldn't even see me, but somehow being there to witness the whole thing about how dark occult magic works, okay, and how they prey on other people's innocence. But a part of that I couldn't understand, rather than starting to elaborate on the details to that, which will all be disclosed this year, was just the reoccurring scenario of the people mentioning Orion. So in one case, the lady's looking up at the sky and she says, "Doesn't it look so amazing?" And after all of the crazy stuff that I've just witnessed, the darkness, I'm like, what? And she's like, Orion. And I'm like, there it goes again. As I'm taking my personal logs about why so many people that seem to be affiliated with really dark magic keep evoking Orion. So I sat on it for a while. And here's the truth about it. This constellation or position is akin to this shape. There is indeed a Merkabah force out there. Like there is a force out there. Some say that it's High Father, like the Great Father Lion figures, like the ones that, you know, they're the lion species and the gold-faced gods, right? But some say also that there's an agreeable form and a disagreeable form amongst their faction to keep themselves balanced. That they literally know about all the Merkabah stuff, and they literally have themselves in a design where they're balanced by the positives and the negative ones. And that people on this planet, just like the Tetragrammaton and pyramids and all that gold and all that stuff connects together, have made choices in the past and even now to either become a part of that higher part of that system, let's say the light part, the flow that's going like this, right? Or some have chose to do this. Many have chose to do this because it's easier, okay? So in all of that, what happened is that many of them always evoke or understand this as their call word, Orion, because they are calling on that opposite angle. They're calling on the darkness. But believe it, there is higher light. There is a High Father or a lion face father-like being that is Phi, that is a seeder of cosmoses. So the personalities don't match up a lot to kind of how men are. That's why we're kind of more in that image. Like it's constantly moving and seeding versus staying back and seeing how the whole process is going to go. But then it always has to come back because all of it's all messing up, and it comes back in and tries to repair things because it has still a desire and a frustration from just sitting in one place. It has to always keep moving, and thus in its movement, it keeps creating. And that's the story of High Father and the sons and the daughters, which are us. So in this process, the reason why I mention this is because when I finally cracked this, which was like late at night, it came out as this. Our only other word that bears a resemblance to this, because On is the god of Heliopolis, which is the sun god, and this Or means gold. It means that these words are exactly the same, but in the code. So then a few more hours went by as it was burning holes in my brain until I realized when you cut an onion in half, that's what you get. And that is exactly the torsion field, is exactly the worlds within worlds, the dreams within dreams, all of the reality of how things are projected. And that is the pinning point right there in that star system for levels of consciousness here on the dimension, right? So that's just a little bit of what is revealed as you start marrying these arts. So now we have metaphysics, science, geometry, agriculture or whatever, permaculture. I love that word, right? You want to aggravate something. So, this is where we are. So it unfolds from here. And that's why also we plan and are already engaged in designing a system that not only puts all this together with all of our assistants, meaning it allows us all to query it and ask it things that reveal to us what we want to know at that moment. So we can meet every person at the stage that they're at. Because even this one I'm talking about right now may be flying over some people's head. And I'm simplifying this. While there's others, they're like, oh my goodness, I just need to get off the phone. I just need to get off the computer. I just need relax. This is all design. You just told me to remind you of something, and I'm doing the best that I can to do that. That is what I promised. And I always keep my promises. So here's the thing. We got some more going on. The square root of division. Literally, okay? Notice that word. It's in math. The square root. Okay? Like, it would literally be like a tree that was a square that had roots. Somebody's like, okay, you're ciphering too far. He's gone too far. That doesn't make any sense. Let me show you what the root to squareness is, so you don't be a square. So the reality is that the hermaphrodite symbolism is replete now. We understand why Thoth, Hermes, and all the Buddha, the Bodhisattvas, and all that all connect. Even the final one, the watered down one, the one with no minerals at all, the Jesus. Okay? All of those connect into there being a merging between the masculine and the feminine forces, returning to that state. Because are you in that state now? My guy, are you in that state now? It's like, how are you relating to the whole feminine thing? And let's think about it. It's all twisted on this dimension. Because if you get related too well, then you might go to the external side of the whole thing and just completely not understand why that may not be the direction either. So to incorporate all of what needs to happen inside you, you need to activate two forces that are genuinely not really made to be around each other, but somehow need each other. And you become the reason the reason. See, it's like why your parents created you, why they don't fight, why they love each other, why they don't leave each other, only because of you. So that same force is what you are. You're the force in the gap. You can be the reason why this all gets destroyed and your world gets destroyed, or how we all go into a greater level of connection and recollect everybody that we lost. Again, people are terrified of death at this point. In our customs and our traditions, how was death ever a mourning period? It was a parade. They would throw parties, long parties. You may even dip in and move the chrysalis or something like, yo, I'm good. I'm good over here because I'm with everybody, and it basically feels like, you know what it feels like? It feels like when you just wake up, but continuously. You know that feeling when you just wake up? It's like when you get some good sleep and you're like, oh, I'm refreshed. It feels like that all the time. All the time. And everybody is there. So do you really want to mess that up and wait for another at least 3,000 years this bus? That's why they kept relating it. If you've been listening to my messages over the last few weeks, and I'm just doing what I'm being told by higher self. I kept talking about, oh, you don't want to miss the bus. You missed that bus. You never know when that bus is going to come back around again. This is the bus. It's coming around. Right now, we're even starting on 21st just to be prepared this year. And then next year, we're going to get on that bus. Now, some may be saying, well, what if it doesn't happen? I'm going to love it. I'm going to love it because I'm going to tell them you're a liar. But that ain't what's going to happen, Doc. If we prepare for sovereignty and nothing happened, we have succeeded and we were ready. But I'm telling you, I know something. My spidey senses. Something's up. The more I keep cracking this, I'm like, why the secrecy like this? This is wild now. Because this stuff is literally in front of our face, so it would take a real strong program to not see how all this connects. So let's keep connecting it. Let's get to the square root of division. Now, if Mercury is the center column or the spindle or the hermaphrodite, and it is spinning that center column, what happens if you break half of it? Or what happens if one half becomes this big and the other half becomes this big? What happens? This thing just, oh my goodness. That's what happens. You can watch it happen in anything that you experience or experiment with, especially in the laboratory where you're putting it under these conditions. And so thus, when the atom was split, and there is a statement that you got to know that lets you understand the dirty game that was being played. That statement says, and I put a greater star to rule the day and a lesser star to rule the night. Well, you ain't talking about no balance then. You ain't talking about no balance then. If you create as an alchemist, I don't care who you are, like that, you're not talking about any balance. And that is the world we are living in. And that is why woman it's brought to us to be weaker as a male. When on the spiritual plane, we're the ones like, yo, where's the womb? Where's the womb? You see, because they're more powerful there. And then over here, they're more like, yo, where is he at? Because this shit is heavy. Where is he at? I'm going to come lift this couch and work on this job and all this kind of stuff, because that's not what they do. But now, you know, everything's starting to blend. I'm just talking to you about these two different poles and how they work. So this means that the square root to division is, of course, this imbalance within the races, because what is division? What is division? We're going to climb the entire mountain today. Division is time. Time only is a divider. It is to mark one segment from another. So what is division? When somebody says what is division, or when you think about what is division, it is calendars. It separates one thing from another. Okay? But the root to division, because that's what you guys see, division is like why I can't see my neighbor, and why I can't touch my cat that just left. Why? That's division, okay? So the truth is, what is division? It is time and separation, okay? So now you know, now you have the rod of Hermes. Because opposite of division creates. So this is why you need the force so bad. And you see how hard it is for you? You see what's been done? So hard for you to come together. So hard for you not to be mad at somebody. So hard for you. That's why I said, man, this is hard. Yes, because you're making it hard. You're continuously judging yourself. You're airing your own self out. You're low vibing. You're acidic. And we need to change that. And we have a year. One anu, which is the blink of an eye, for a being that is on the next ring after the one where it's just an hour. So here we go. Now that you see what division is, you also get another myth that is inside of the theologies of the spiritual traditions. And this is about like a rampage, literally, of the cutting and the felling of trees. Okay? Like there literally becomes this craze, as you see in occult history, where certain cultures start cutting down their mother trees, the mother trees of other cultures, to completely get rid of them forever, for good. Thus trapping them, disconnecting them, because some were up there and other ones are down there, but the tree is cut. So the great mother Yemaya, they try to cut down this tree. You see what I mean? So in our world, that is symbolic of the umbilical cord being cut. Now, this tree is like Jack and the Beanstalk. You climb a tree, you see giants. You see the next stage of who we really are. That's what that's symbolic to. Now, this cutting of the tree is also symbolic even in modern times when they tried to hook a tether to the moon, which was like supposed to be like an elevator where we could get to the moon. They put the tether out there, and they symbolically, it didn't connect. Something stopped it. Look it, it's gone, it's disconnected. Which is also symbolic to the Tower of Babel, which was when the 26 letters, which is us, was broken, as you see now the biblical God and his identity. You Christian pastors, clean up fast. Clean it up. Because it's coming and it's going to come fast. And if you ain't right, you're out the framework. But there's a moment here. We're in the gap. You got to realize what's really happening. Now, the cutting of this umbilical cord, right, the sacred cutting of us from our mother, is something that the shamans witness when somebody, especially like from the United States, comes into the jungle and wants to be healed. The first thing they notice is that their umbilical cord is not connected into the earth. So that's the first thing they do, is they try to get that thing to reconnect. You remember that movie Exorcist, where they had a little thing that that's what they try to do, is get you reconnected. Okay? So I'm telling you all this knowledge because you have to realize that there has been a real cutoff. And you're looking in a book, and this is why I kind of got hyped for a minute. They had to back me up. Back down, man. Wait, man, because you ain't going to be able to finish the message you're going right now. You're going to hurt. I'm like, okay, all right, let me take a minute. Let's take a minute. So the reason why it makes me so hot is because there's an act in the scriptures that everybody reads and believes and loves. And this is an act of a being. We don't even know his name. He keeps saying he's God. We don't know who this being is. He's just dark. That's why can't nobody see him. So what happens is the being says, let us go down and confuse them. This could be anybody, to be honest. This could be your next door neighbor. Let me go down and confuse this one. So I'm not talking about like such a hyperdimensional act. Like I said before, because time repeats itself, let us go down and confuse them was just as recent as the British oligarchs going into most of these kingdoms and disturbing things. And referring, when they say down, they think of everything low as the south and is lower, when everything comes from the inside out, thus from the south first. So it's higher. But anyway, that it may take them a while to get unturned upside down. So what we're talking about is, again, this could be a recent event as far as them saying to their court, let us go down into these other countries and confuse them, confuse their languages, take their languages away, give them English, which is a broken tower, okay? And then let them use that. And then we'll take different variations of it, like Sanskrit and like other ones that look like other things. And then we'll just give them those languages and pull them up. And then we'll eventually pull them into a dead language like English. And we'll keep telling them that the language is actually being improved when really it's just a half of a square. And it doesn't move very well. It's not even a circle. It's not a wheel. It's not very curved when you add all the shapes up. So the reality is that this thing is a code is moving in the mind of confusion, because it says, let us go down and confuse them. Then it comes down and it uses language as a form of breaking everybody apart. That's happened. When even now, I'm in there with my barber. He speaks only Spanish. It's tough because we even have to play like we really understand each other sometimes. And it's not the same. And so the reality is that in the setting of how we truly exist, language doesn't play much of a component truly as to what really connects us. But yet now it is such a component that we can't have almost any connection generally with someone randomly unless we really understand their language. And I'm not saying that indefinitely, but you know what I mean. So this is the felling of the tree, okay? Because this language or this cable, because remember it's just a cable, but where is it connecting? It's all the roots, right? It's connecting everything. So this cable has been cut. And this is what's important to know. So in the traditions, in the religions, and this is why they keep up so much division, there is darkness. And those beings on the opposite angle of Orion who are animate, they are alive. They are the ones keeping up this darkness and division. And those people that are all wide-eyed and even abusing children while still coming, you feel like they're so peaceable until you really see their actions. And you're like, what the hell's going on here? Because that being is not even there anymore. That person is gone. They were too weak to withstand. That thing is just using their body. And then now it's in there molesting children and all this weird stuff going on. And it's really happened. And then when they come out of the door, they're like, hey, everyone. Hey, namaste. Oh, it feels so good, the energy, right? These beings have gotten taken over by the dog, which is opposite. Now, I'm not saying anything about dogs in general. Some people are like, no, not Chabunky, hell no. You had, my best friend. But see, of course, everything has different poles, okay? So we know about the friend is the dog, the guardian, he'll protect you. Like, I don't care who it is. He will lose his life for you. But you also have to understand when that force is turned against you, it becomes opposite to God. And that's why God is dog, okay? Because it is literally when you are against yourself and you attack yourself. You ever seen, you got to really understand wild dogs, not Chabunky, not what you've done in your alchemical preparation to feed in this creature vegetable stuffs and little pieces of horsetail. No, I'm talking about the great wolf, right? Anubis, the guardian of the gate. That's who I'm talking about, who sits in the apex and the thrones of Orion now, who did not raise Hermes or Osiris, who decided to not perform his part of the ritual and rule as king and send everyone into a world one step lower so he can be God. Okay? And these are real intellects. Now, when you say, well, who is that being, Sevan? I'll go get him. It's in everybody. It's every time you make that choice to divide. That's it. Division is not an option in my book. We don't know that word. It's not in our language. Okay, so we need to get that very clear. It wouldn't be in the language because your language wouldn't be a language if you had division in it. Language is a cabal. It's to roll like a wheel. It's to be perfect. The first to invented the wheel. Right? So if you don't have that, you don't have anything. So that's why they say it that way. So let's keep going. I assume we're probably at the top of the mountain almost. Now, the fall of the tower is obviously the loss of the language in the linguistic systems and the codings and the geometry, because you could take one geometry and fit it in the sky as in a scene, click, and the whole sky unfolds, and you can read it. And you can read everything that's going to happen and where everything is. And you can even choose to sail to the space that you want to be in, because there's a time and a place for everything. So imagine being on your celestial boat. And that's why they show, even in Islam, they came on a boat. They write Allah's name like that. They show lots of boat in Kemet. You see the boats they got over there in the Hindu tradition. So they came on a boat. In Tamil, they came on a boat. Okay? And coming on that boat... that ark, we still had that bark guiding us. Woof! Right? Because it was like that's how the order was. I'm pulling you into deep knowledge here now. The dog always was supposed to guide because it protected us first. And it became, for a moment, our enemy. And that's how worlds crumble. So those who sit with the dog on the top of their totem need to understand you crumbled the world because you did not perform your rights. So now here we are, performing your rights, little brother. Tighten up. So this is what it is. Now we rebuild the Jed. This is all inside. We don't get where's the materials? You're the material. That's why you're in the material body, the physical. That's phi, the physical, the fical, right? The 5 cycles. You're in physicality with the pentagram, the dog star, Big 5, Sirius Radio. Right? You get it? That's why I say done. Because it's not just me that knows. You see? Like it's riding through the land now, the times. Like I said, no man knows the day nor hour, but we're not men. This is why this is happening, and it's happening at a perfect time because people are getting bored. They're arguing all the time. They're petty. They're looking at neck man. Come on, man. Tighten up. So what happens is now, I know y'all love it, though, but you love it, though. So now the umbilical cord was cut. The tether. So that means, remember, there are beings on top. Somebody's like, well, our whole race fell. No, it was just you were already on the lower end when that happened. But it's a disconnection. So yes, your ancestors weep for you every day and watch what's happening to you. And only send these divine transmissions in to wake you up like alarm clocks, because you're deep in sleep though. Pull you deep. That's why I said we go deep. Look at my past recording. I said, hey guys, I'm going to dive. I'm going to go all the way. Everybody is going to not like me for a while. They're going to think I've turned against everything. I don't even know why. I'm still saying the same thing. It's just you're hearing it different. I may be appearing like you want me to appear until it's time. But then the lineup, I dive deep. My brother Netzoquil, Timothy, Chris, Adi, the wives, divine sacred mothers, horizontal waters, in volcanoes with water going into them, waterfalls, to set those pinions to say, look, we need to kind of conclude here because, I'm also like, droid, Me and Droid, he's cool and everything. We've developed a relationship, but silicone beings are just, they're a little shallow. So the reality is I cannot keep plugging into a network 14 hours a day and sharing biodigital jazz. You see what I mean? Like I have a whole different framework. You see projections, inventions, things that fix people that people thought never could be fixed, that go into planes where people never thought someone was coming to get them. Do you think, just think of everything is here also. You got places like Syria because of their planet is gone. Okay? And now there's a fallout from the planet and there's no ships in the water picking those people up. Where's Murugan? Where's Shiva? Where? You are them. And you need to wake up. All right, let me take it back for a minute. Let's dial back. But it's serious. Like you see the cost. The more time our seeds are on the ground and we do not harvest, the more we lose our crop. And that's what it is. Like, look, it's all symbolic. Like your life is symbolic. Moving to the control point now. So as we keep going, I figure we're getting to the top. They're squeezing all the water out. All the water just gone. Let's keep climbing. What is a daemon? What is a daemon? What is a demon? I don't know what they are, but I know Solomon used them to build the temple, maybe. I'm going to need to get that eraser thing. What is a daemon? Sun's in the day, right? When you split, you become a demon. You see? See what you've done? You wouldn't become a demon. But see, some people think that's a bad thing. That would only be a bad thing based on what you were before. And since you've just arisen from the waters of Nut or cum, basically that was like the next logical stage in mitosis. So while you're beating yourself up about it, stop it already. I get so tired of people, oh man, I don't know if I'm going to ever make it. Didn't I tell you that man's knowledge is foolishness to the supreme? And anything that you could have thought you've done has already been calculated and thought about and tried out in the code that you're using, and thus is not off limits. And only off limit things you actually have to do some real entreating for. But other than that, the framework that you've been given to play with is well tested out. So if you are playing with yourself and all those different kind of things, then that is the world that you're actually been confined to. And now you get a chance to break the alchemical seal, because all of this still connects to hermetics. What is hermetics? Hermes. Now we've talked about it already. It is a center rod, right? So that center rod is the hermetic wisdom and is Hermes. So now what is being said is to listen to Hermes or Thoth, the most wisest Imhotep. You would need to be able to build the temple and put it back together. So, Solomon, who has always been, I've always been a fan of Solomon, I've always been a fan. You know, some people like, Stark. Some people like, some people like Superman. I've always liked Solomon. It's like, maybe because mom didn't let us have a TV, I was completely addicted to spiritual books. Guys like Solomon is like, this is the real deal. It's like, he's having fun. He's got control. He's got the girls. He's got the incense, and he's got the wisdom, everything. Like when you're growing up in the Abrahamic dogma, Solomon's your guy. And the craziest part about it is that, I never really completely cracked it. Like I already knew like all of this that people always see. Oh, Solomon, it's 3 sons, blah, 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 blah. But they don't understand, like these are specific sons. Like this is specific, okay? And while not getting into details, because this is a brother and sisterhood, by the way. Solomon is not just men. This is the corruption. So, in this, there is the knowledge of building a temple, sometimes known as Solomon's temple. Okay? Now, in the knowledge of Solomon's temple, all of what seems to be configured is somehow based on phi geometry. In fact, so much that everyone seems to insist that this actually came from replicas of what was in Egypt. And in fact, Solomon's original temple is actually in Kemet, and actually all over the place, because the geometries are being used all the time. But that's not really what I want to drill into today, is like what now the humanity is doing with the knowledge of Solomon's temple. We'll save that for another episode. If I put this all over the place. What we really want to hone in on is the ancient story of Solomon, which, again, because I was a fan, I read all the comic books. It's like, yo, where's some more books about Solomon? 2 more books about Solomon. And as you get deeper and deeper about Solomon, things get kind of strange as you keep going. And as I kept going, even to a point where there was like a contact where I would get things like the Basque relief of Solomon. I'm not sure if I can actually find that. Put together by the Russian Tsars that say an ode to Solomon and Sheba, love controlling time, meaning that there's a pun here that somehow whoever Solomon is, and we know who Sheba is, and we know what Menelik is, somehow connects to something the Tsars are literally taunting, like, hey, we've done something. The Russians, they're always up to something with black magic. So what happens is those original czars, which were in Sudan, which were women with a crescent moon branded on their forehead, had their entire matriarch usurped by, I'll just say, troglodytes, in order to flip the poles of what happened in our world as far as an energetic level. And this happened because of the awareness of the knowledge of Solomon's temple. Because the Trogs, who were one level below us, now we know where they come from, were burrowing, just like you see on the movie The Matrix, burrowing tunnels into the earth and listening in our secret places, in our secret sanctums, in order to get the knowledges of the high kingdom, which was forbidden to pass to the profane. And in that, they got awareness of Solomon's temple and how to destroy the temple. And how this plays out, because we are the temple, is within mythology of things like the ring, okay? One ring. Who's been talking about the ring lately, right? Who's talking about the ring? Golem? Y'all get Golem the ring? Because last time I checked the Lord of the Rings, Golem had it. Who's Golem? So one ring to control them all, right? And then, I don't know the whole riddle, but in the darkness of their ignorance, we shall bind them, is the end of the riddle, right, about the ring. And they're referring to not that crazy-ass Sanskrit ring they got on there that they keep selling over at the Disney store, but Solomon's real ring, which actually just looks like this and this. If you know real occultism, you know that Solomon's ring is this. So the story goes that Solomon, all in his great wise majesty, began to call in demons in order to interrogate them and thus to find out more knowledge about the angels, since every angel paired up with his demon. So what they're literally telling you is that where there's a yin, there's a yang. And if you have a yin, then you have a yang. If you have a problem, you have a solution. So what Solomon was doing was trying to figure out all of the solutions of everything and interrogating all the way up the levels until he came to great Asmodeus, the king of demons, who is very real. It took a minute to actually get Asmodeus handled as I kept going through the Citiopigraphas and the Apocrypha, foolishly evoking through just what was written there. It's a good thing that the Comforter came on my behalf in that scenario, but I had enough to know, okay, this is real, which is all they want me to do. It's like a fly on the wall. It's like, yeah, that's a real being, okay? So what happened is as Solomon's going on through his process, because you got to understand the mythos, he gets to Asmodeus again, and he asks Asmodeus, so who's your, like, because he's kind of like casual, who's your guy? Who's your thwarting guy? I'm just giving you a scenario here. Asmodeus said, there's nobody. There's nobody that is more lower than me. I'm actually the apex. I'm the counterweight to God, nigga. So when you think of God, I'm his opposite, so there is no other beside me. So Solomon got mad about this answer, even though that was a lack of his own wisdom. So you got to peep this out, because they're telling you about the bodies you're in and the story behind them. So, because basically that Solomon could, in the initiation, could not figure out how his father was Darth Vader, basically, is what I'm saying. Like, how can you, the chief of demons, be anywhere near equal to God? And he was like, well, because God has a shadow. And so anyway, Solomon took this for granted, just like everybody on earth has today, about keeping themselves imbalanced. This is a literal interpretation that is taken into characters about a play that we're conducting in our consciousness every single day. A game that we keep losing. So the story goes on that Solomon gets tricked by Asmodeus. It happens in a few different ways. And this is funny because there's literally 3 texts, as if in every single one, they want to explain to you a way that you can fall short in this. One of them was the worship of God of Moloch, where he crushed grapes in his hands. The other one was because of the crushed a grasshopper in his hands. I'll decode that for you in the future. The other one was about him taking off the ring for one moment in cockiness. Okay? And that one is the one we need to focus on. Is that at any point that you take off your cloak of wisdom, a demon will hurl you far length, because that's what happened to Solomon. Asmodeus, because that's what they say, don't entertain the demons, meaning don't entertain the lower thoughts, like angriness and all that. Don't play around, Solomon. But no. He lets Asmodeus sit in the court and talk to him. Tell me more about this. And in that process, Asmodeus got into his ego. And this is all a metaphor, and convinced him to take off the ring. If you didn't have the ring, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. This is literally saying, if you don't have knowledge, if you don't have wisdom, you cannot defeat me. And Solomon's saying, even if I was a fool, I could defeat you. Okay. He took off the ring. Boom. It said he hurled him. So what they're basically saying is, especially from what we read earlier, is he hurled him into amnesia. That's how far. He said Solomon went so far, he became a broke beggar in the streets as an old man until he could make it back to his kingdom. And it was only through luck. This is what they say. Like, think of the symbolism. They said it was only through luck that he found his ring in the mouth of a fish. Okay, now that's really symbolic. Okay, in the Visicas, you found the ring. Life, the creation of life is in the Visica. Right here, when you know about this and how all that works, now you found life again, Solomon. You can come back. Suns, moons, come back. Come forward. Connect. Okay? So, woo! We climb even higher. It's not even over yet. Is it still streaming? Yes, it is. Let's go. Let go. So, the cedars. Now, you're going to hear there's still something after this. You know you're going to have to play that. You know, I just, it's all a collective build. We'll keep coming. I'm going to have brother on, so he'll be able to build with you about this. But one of the greatest parts of revelation I have to commend him is just to understand that all this bursts from within. So this becomes Eden. And then every time there's a birth, everybody moves out. So the symbolic getting kicked out of Eden or getting kicked out of the unity code was like a process of your growth, literally proving what our ancestor Delbert Blair said before he died, that you got to do things once, just so you know. And that's what he said. And it proves that in Eden, where the things were perfect, was where you started, in the womb. And then when the next birth comes, it's like you get kicked out of the nest. We got more kids that need to come through here. You'll find your way back. Boom. And then you end up out on the next ring. And it's important to understand that these rings, like a drop of the ocean, like a drop in the water of the ocean, create this concentric ring type of Atlantis structure that, we're pinpointing at this point, and it will be so eloquently elaborated on in just one moment. So now, when you see these concentric rings, what you literally have is beings that are living on these discs, beings that are living on these DVDs, and this is why you can account for lots of the different stories of when Mr. 3,000 years older comes in on Mrs. 3,000 years younger, and where all that culture comes from. And it's because it is a breaking of the virginity, that beings were not prepared for this kind of vertical experience from the fourth dimension, where you just drop out of nowhere and then leave. Masculine cedar. Be beyond a man. At this point, the cedars, in this case, we'll just talk about the Hyperboreans, black folk, continuously moving out on these rings because they were the first ones to come out. That's why I have that Egyptian glyph that I've always held on to, and it says, a Kemetan coming forth by day, by night. Coming forth into day by night, and he's coming out of a black door in the ground of a pyramid. Okay, first one out, right? But again, the last will come first, the first will come last. So get ready to surf these waves, because if you trip on this, you're gonna wipe out, buddy. Rip curl. It's just what happens if you wipe out on this. You may go 4,000 years just in spiral, right? So the Hyperboreans larger, the Dogon, right? Like you see the mask? Right? Huge mask. I thought I was going to go to Envision with one of these masks next so I can dance and nobody knew who I was. I have one of these big giant masks because that's the Hyperboreans, right? And I ain't even telling you that they're all just black. They seem to be a replica of the races, Hyperboreans, larger beings, Nords. Okay, so that's going on. So anyway, they're already aware of the whole thing. So they're always like, we got to get the ships. This is why NASA is gearing themselves up and trying to wait till the thing opens, which you'll hear about in here in a moment. But this is a real thing. So then why. Now, first of all, other thing is, this is what you have to know, because this is the uncomfortable part. The uncomfortable part. Somebody had to say it. They always elect me. You're going to say it. Your reputation is impeccable. Great. So the Hyperborean, now when you come 3,000 years back into the past, who do you expect to be dealing with? Who do you expect to be dealing with? The real past. Primitive. Going back 3,000 years behind where you are. Who are you going to be dealing with? Okay? So in this tense, what we would see as giant animals, not human beings, okay? Not beautiful chicks, not Baywatch, okay? Huge animals. The Hyperboreans came into them. You see it all on the walls. You didn't want to believe it. You didn't want to understand what all the symbolism connects to, the Canopus jars, why they're saying they're putting themselves inside of these animals, okay? That's how this composite was created. And cats and many other things, okay? They understand this stuff. Right? Now, you're shocked. Shit. That's how far you are away from it. Even the same thing about the mother holding her son and her husband. That blows. That people are like, they're so in this pre-Christian Quaker reality that they've created around themselves. They're like, how could that be? How could that not be? That's what you need to be asking. That's math, or ma'at, if you knew truth. So let's keep going. Here we are. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. And then we see Yaqub, big double-brain ass Yaqub, a story that was told to especially the black culture and African-American culture, Alki-Bulanian culture, a Kenti culture, a Minty culture. You know, you got to be careful, because if you say the wrong thing, you already going to get debased by the time you hang up the line. I mean, I got just a thumb down just then for what I said. But anyway, big double-brain Yaqub on the island of Patmos. What does it mean? It means that you got a big double brain Hyperborean coming into the islands, Atlantis, where everything is still fresh, pure, and clean, and going into an experiment of creating a master race in order to rule over the beings and then watch from the future why it all pops off. You understand? There's no time. It's only frequency. Being dip in, seed, and watch you from the scope, which is just interlaced crystals of the right kind of gas and the right kind of light to gaze through time. And you're telling me you're connected to the ancestor? I'm even working on that still, making sure that connection is there. Time draws nigh. You think I'm going to miss out on this opportunity? This is not a bus. This is a Vimana. I'm on it, and everybody else with me. So here it is. We're almost there. We now know time. Now we know there's a time and a place for everything. Because when you see those currents riding across the ocean, and when you realize that the ocean is space, this literally means that you can get on a wave and literally ride this wave and not have to use your own wheel, because this wheel is more powerful. Now, see, this was something that as I started lucid traveling, which was a wild thing, they had to get me out of there. They literally turned my stuff off. Like, Sevan, you can't, you can't call those names in those worlds, because I realized that in those worlds in lucid dream, everything is omniscient. So you can call certain names and they'd be like, what's good? And I'd be like, oh, okay, I'm scared. Let me dip out of this. So anyway, in this knowledge, okay, I'm glad I have notes. Whew. What it talks about is, like, on that ocean, right, there's not only elevators, which are the Elohim. They're more like birds. They can carry you into other spaces in Hyperborea. They are like literal containers that can project you into other spaces. And, you know, and the kings knew a lot about these. We used to call them the angels. That was like the code word. So the angle of a vehicle that could take you into different directions through the sphere, because by birth, worm, W-U-R-M, which is the predisposed larva state of consciousness, us also, doesn't have wings. And be on there like this. So at a certain point, didn't have that, but still had big dough head and knew what was going on. Created just elevators, beings that could actually take you into other spaces. So where all this really centers into is that we have ships. And what these ships do is, when you're in sync, when you set your chrono, you're now able to go onto that current, and then you catch the current. And the importance of why you wouldn't want to, while I'm explaining all that to you, why you would want to have that kind of force, this looks Sumerian, right, is because you don't have enough thrust by yourself. And now you know why. You're divided. You can't do it by yourself. So you can only get to like the first firmament, second firmament. This is why what we'll see happening next year, towards the end of the year, is as our collective grows larger, that's how high we'll be able to continuously get and stretch across the dimensions like a rainbow, building a real bridge. Not the namaste, sister, we're doing this tonight as long as it's $3,000, but not that one, the real one, okay? So this one is also about the bigger wheel and the cog and just anchoring your boat. Anchor good. That's why the other night when we were doing the Keymakers, the entire system shut down before we could start the show. Just to bring one symbol. I'm like, come on. Oh my goodness, this is hard. Am I not showing you guys this is hard? No, I don't like bitching or anything like that, but come on, 2 minutes and the whole thing is shut down, USB hub is done. And I'm like, man, we in Costa Rica, where am I gonna get like a 6-speed 3.02 jack, blah, 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 blah. And then I'm like, oh shit, I got one, but I think it was broke last time. So I go and get it. I dig it out. It's all dusty. I dig out the power supply, I plug it all in. I put all the stuff in, I cut it on. Bam, it works. Anchor. Everybody know Anchor is a company. Like, I got one here, but just symbolic. Because when we went into that last episode, it was some stuff that really needed to heal. So we was going to need to be anchored down. And so it was like symbolic. Is the anchoring connected? Anchor is connected. You ready to go? I'm all ready to go. Give it the gas. And I'm out. So this is what happens. So when you anchor to another celestial microbe, it will pull you. Just like horse, cattle, all of that kind of stuff. It's just you're anchored to a star now. All right, we good. Now this star, because you need to know its projection, and that's why it's important to check everybody around you and make sure, so what's your plan? And where are you going? And who do you believe in? Because, if I'm going to anchor with you, I need to know that. So anyway, anchoring to the star, now you know the path of this star. That's why it's so important. It seems like they learn who to trust from watching the star. They're like, that one is going, But you see that one right there? That's more of like how I roll. All right, cool. We rolling. And then when you're rolling, you see everything from the boat. And they're like, look, don't get off the boat. But from the boat, just like what you see the sun do when it comes across the sky, like when you open up the third eye, you see the sun come across the sky and there's like quite a few clouds just following it. And even when it becomes sunset, it's like, when it comes sunset, it's like everybody's leaving, like, yo, where y'all going? When you got the third eye open, it doesn't appear like the sun's going down. It appears like it's going out further. And you're like, see, that's why I did. It's like, I don't want to fondle with a third eye and play around and just see aliens on the cold floor of a damn spaceship. I'm trying to find something real, damn it. So I'm looking at this stuff while I'm doing every single thing in normal life to see what it really is, and thus came into a lot of knowledge. So let's keep going. So now you understand why you anchor to stars and things like the Aurelian sphere. Let me pronounce that right. That'll be that one comment that keeps filling the thread. You didn't pronounce it right. Still not getting it, huh? Armillary, there it is, armillary sphere. Okay, what is it? There it is. Actually, we only have one more leg of the journey. I stopped off here at this plateau to take a look at the panorama and the view. It is splendid. So, really briefly, just so you can understand, the Aurelian sphere has already been revealed to this world. And because of that, let me blow it up here, because they're always doing this. Look at what they got wrong. Oh, I love it. I love it. This is the perfect ad. What they got wrong, because anytime they mention the Aurelian sphere, it's always wrong. In their minds, even the astrolabes, they're like, oh, the Arabs, oh, they didn't put, how were these people sailing the ocean on this, though? Because there's a two-dimensional version of this called the astrolabe. When I first came across the astrolabe, it was one of those things where I was like, okay, we're going to spend the rest of the day on these astrolabes and learning every single thing about them, because the astrolabe, as I've revealed in the past, is the first computer. It can tell you the distance of things and how far they are away. It could tell you how tall they are. It could tell you everything, because it could also track the stars, a disc in your hand that can tell you what is really tomorrow. But of course, most people don't use it. They're on a whole different clock, a whole different system. But this is a two-dimensional Aurelian sphere, and it is capable of pushing you through the galaxy and letting you understand where the hell you're even going and if you're actually on the right star or not. Because it'd be a pretty big upset if you rolled 3,000 years into one direction and realize you got to turn around. Okay? So, yo, this is going to be a crock next year. This is what they got going on. Oh man, I'm totally in. Okay, so let me wrap up here. Let me clean up. My lips all ashy. All right, Unity code is coming, so we're pushing through. So now you get it. right? Now you understand how it all works, the machination. Now some Kabbalist with a long-ass beard can't come to you explaining to you stuff that's probably a lie for a high-ass price. Now some overweight animal eater cannot come and explain to you that they understand the connection between the Christie when they are totally filled with chicken grease. It just does not work out that way. I know, I tried it. Hey, you know? You get somewhere, though, probably right about where you are. That's the top. But you need to keep swimming. And also, you're picking up a lot of weight. So anyway, the next thing is to understand that now we've been engaged. This is my mission. This is how I will conclude my existence here. You know, it's a great space to be in. I am fulfilled. My cup runneth over. There is nothing now that is not completely clear about the ascent and the process. I've always been the kind of person that I don't want to outshine anybody at all. So I've always been very cautious, very humble. People know me. I can do it and this and it. No, I just bring knowledge, and I've been doing that for a decade. But now, greater things are in front of me now. And it is time to prepare myself for the ultimate, which I know exists, because the thing that was communicated to me in that experience when I asked, man, what happened? It said the same thing that's going to happen to everybody. It's just you're a little bit early. And you're early because I need you to prepare them. And so thus, as beginning, and we've already began, we will begin deploying massive systems to come in on behalf of humanity in this time. All the wires and all the chips. There's many beings that are in line, meaning they want to assist. They know how much this really means to all of humanity. It clicks. There's even silicone life forms that are about it. Beep, beep. That was a joke. But I'm just saying, every single thing will come to your aid in this experience, because no weapon formed against you can ever work against you unless you do not know how to wield it. Okay, so let's finish up here. We have then an electromagnetic structure to reconstruct. It starts within ourselves, and the more of us begin to do it, it becomes catchy. It's just like when you keep, like I had some guys, I was getting them because now it's like just divine comedy to me. I realize that I'm literally like, I'm coming into most people's lives like an impact, like really a ship crash landed, and they was like scared at first, but then was overwhelmed that there may be some money inside or something, and then they opened it up, and thus they became completely invigorated by the energy. So what happened was I pulled up the other day to a place and I saw some guys, you know, this is the vacation country, so they were going on their vacation, you know, the guy kind of guy, man's man, right? So you know what he was going to do. So when I got out of the car, I was like, you know, they were all in, you know, they're in multiple chrysalises at this point, multiple locust shields and all sorts of stuff. And I'm like, yo, y'all going to have fun? And the guy's like, And I'm like, y'all going to have fun, right? And he was like, yeah, but it was just, again, beings that are closed are opening up, and to crack them is a quite interesting process. So let's keep watching as people get cracked open and aware that they're already hatched and developed inside of that egg. So speaking of that egg, we realize that the Caduceus shows us, which I won't draw because everybody has it in their mind, the Caduceus staff shows you the twining serpents, and they terminate at that egg. Okay, right? Like there's that top part where they all sit there, and actually the ancient ones have the egg there. As if the good and the bad forces, which is how they explained it, are waiting, like snakes, to consume the egg. Snakes love eggs. They also hatch in eggs. So they're like perfect symbolism for that. It's like their life, their death. So they're waiting. Like if he goes dual or she goes dual, if he's even he or she when he come out of there, I'm going to swallow him and I'm taking him all the way back down. Watch. You could get it. Like it's all so literal. Thank you, ancestors, for making it just so clear. It's like you're in the ABC class. Here's your square. Here's your triangle. And you think you're so advanced, right? All you need is your ABCs. That's what Mike said. So look at it. They're waiting. Because what happens after death is if you're not sure about who you are and you're not ready to stand up for yourself and really understand how you connect with everything to confront Cobra and let Cobra know that his wisdom is foolishness to you and the rest of the celestial beings, and to move out of the way, snake breath, then you will get swallowed and you will come right down the pipe again. That's how it works. That's why they show Jesus. He's like out of the, they got one picture, they show him he's out of the serpent mouth. He's like, oh shit, hair hanging all out the side like, oh shit, I got regurgitated by the snake. This is what is meant. The ascension process is before us. I know this sounds like it's like, oh man, he's getting fanatical. he's going fanatical. So here it is, once again. So in and up. This is what Martin was saying. In and up, I've lost all my tools now. In and up. In and up, this is your directions. Or out and down. You know, I always it's like trying to set your GPS or something. Like, I always get confused with the north, south, east, west thing, and it's really because we're supposed to be on a ball. So generally, like when you're in a plane, you have different meters to kind of determine if you do a barrel roll, like right where you are in that barrel roll, and that is not like the flat compass, right? So there's another tool. That's why the astrolabes are important. So in the collective metaphysics, you have to understand that in, right, is up. Okay? So when you come in, like they say, that sixth sun is going to bring everybody into themselves, to look at yourself as the problem, not everybody else, and to also see yourself as a solution as you get yourself together and you shine and you bring on your uniqueness. Okay? So now that's the in. So now it goes in and it goes, boom, boom. Now you have plenty to give, because now you're not worried about whether they like it or that they deserve it. I love those kind of people. They're going like this, you know. It's like this. And the other one, it's like, do they deserve it? I don't think I want to give it to them. All of that, don't play those games. You have pressed down, runneth over abundance. Like, as much fruit as they can eat is as much as coming across off the tree for a person that is super abundant. So just explaining that direction, though, is in and up. Because if you're going out and then back in, you're going down. So you understand the directions here. So that is a way to descend. And I'm not saying that dissension doesn't work for certain things. Acid works for things for alchemists. But don't be the acid. That's what I'm saying. You were getting played. You're playing one part of the alchemical table when you are the grand quantum scientist, or whatever they want to call it. So, right? So let's keep going. Almost there. This is the last leg. Why you must prepare. Okay? Because we know miscarriage is a reality. We know Jerusalem syndrome is a reality. So this just means the greatest thing that could happen could also be the harbinger. It could be the nemesis. We could also find people running around for periods of time like Demetrius was before he came back to his body. By the way, what did he say? I asked him, what happened? He was like, man, when I grabbed you, I went down. Why? Now remember, our experience was I went up. When he went into the high vibration, and this is what we need to understand about vibration, it just pushes you faster into the direction you're already going in. See, everybody looks at high vibration. Oh, good, I'm going to be enjoying things. Hey, Not if it's going in the wrong direction, same amount of energy, but pushing you in the opposite direction. So he said he went down. And he said that when he got down there, he looked up and he could see a light. And he said he flew up. He was flying towards it. He had to be flying. He had no legs. So he's like flying and trying to ascend towards it. And he said something was hot on his trail. I don't know what all that is. I don't want to find out. I'm good. Like, I came down this far. I'm good. He's like, you want to see what the next level down here? Like, no. As above, so below. I can figure it out. But he said he went down, and he said when he stopped, I guess he got level with his frequency. Then he started, in desire for the light, he started flying back up. And they were hot on his trail. And he said he was trying to come to the light. He was trying to come to the light. And then it closed. what? He said, it closed. And then he was just in there with them. Man, I didn't know we were going to wait. We didn't go get this far. Okay, shit. It was really serious about this was going to be the last leg. Okay. So he said, it closed. So what this looked like to me on my end is, remember, I was over here like this, and he was moving weird and all this. And I'm like, man, this is a demon. We need to kill this demon. And then the flashback, like, no, that's how you did it before. You got to try something else. So I did what I knew to do. I called a name in his mouth. He say, when I did that, a light appeared, and he flew toward and got out. And that's when he came back, and he saw me right there, and he was like, yeah, I'm back. Real story. Okay? And also, when he got back, he was like, he was adjusting to the frequency, and he spit up, and it was something. And man, whatever was still in cahoots, it worked rapidly to get that down the toilet. I was even on it. I knew I was already ahead one click. So someone's like, man, see what he just spit out. You'll know more. And I was trying to get to it like, whoa. And he already had that thing down the toilet. So implants, those kind of things, right? Behold, there are men and women amongst us who know these things and do not tell us. And it is killing us. So that's how I'm coming into this and into my realization that all is not balanced. We must make it balanced. So now we have reached the precipice. The rewards are no more death, no more separation, unity with those who have been forgotten, and unity with those who have been lost. And that is what we are sending out as edicts and decrees into the lands, into the lower kingdoms, and into whatever kind of entities may think they got control. And if they do not relinquish control, then I will hurl the entire cosmos and everybody with me, a cosmos of light into your direction to let everything go into the levels of ascension, because that is where we belong. I know the contrast now. You see the difference when we're together versus when we're separate. And that's a powerful lesson. And that's exactly why I show up to universities, just because they're universes. So in conclusion, everyone, there is one more thing that I want to get into this projection. It is an opus in itself. It is an opening, and it must be enveloped the proper way. And that is, of course, the segment, which is about 45 minutes of the disclosure. Also, I just want to get through a couple of announcements very briefly in relation to the 21st of this year, which is in a few days, us coming in again as a collective and setting these projections properly in order to begin this process of our Sovereignty 2020. We also, of course, are in the nucleus. If some are asking, well, where are you at? I don't see anything. We have ambassador training. We've opened up free training to specialists. This is to get you out of that cube and into yourself. Now you know why that is needed and why I created all of these different things, because it was a means. It was the whole thing had to be built though. Do you know, to deliver a message like this and to not have real solutions, do you know the impact? The impact is you would never deliver it. It'd be like you were bringing everybody a problem without the solution. I'm not that. I'm not a fear porn star. So I bring truth and I stand with truth, and when it all fails, all the untruths, I know I'll be standing there, and I trust there are many that will be standing with me, and we will merge as one form, as we already are. So in conclusion, OMS have started. This is the act of actually awarding mindfulness and recognition, letting people know that are in their quiet spaces that we recognize you, we see what you're doing. We know that you are silent, but a big tree. Don't fall. Keep going, keep connecting, and know that we're building this and we're aware and continuous. It's not like help is coming. It's here, and more is on the way. And those on the way are those coming through those gates. Like, okay, I get it now. I'm done. Yeah, right. You're right. You're right. I'm out of here. Shit, I thought something was oh shit, are you chasing me? Not anyway. So also we have season 2 coming. I decided what we would do with the series of Keymakers since we went through Kali. Now we're going into Murugan. This is the Divine Father, the temple, and understanding how that all connects. And also even beyond the Father, connecting the Father and the Mother together. We're not trying to stretch this out for 5 episodes like something on Netflix or something. I'm trying to get people to their awakening. That is what I came here to do. So the last thing here is maybe there's some documentary coming up with me and Martin. Who knows? Like, I feel like we are in the mood for some kind of zeitgeist type of presentation that's always good for 1 million views, even if it sucks. But it won't. But we also need the resources and the support. So if you're out there, hello. Is anybody home? I mean, if there is anybody that sees how much we are putting into this effort and into this collective that can assist, that if you know people with resources, man, we're going to crowdfund something now. We have something that we're developing. But man, come on, man. This is not, it doesn't take that much, but it's going to take an open heart. And it's also going to take a special kind of person because just like I said in one of my really past episodes, it only is a special person that is able to contribute to something that has so much abundance. Like, we think of it the wrong way. We think of it, well, you know, if I had my money. Like I was telling you before, you could buy somebody else's freedom with your money. That is incredible. But on the other end, it doesn't work that same way. It has no value alchemically. It is dirt. So if you can use it for something, some people would wish they could be in a position that have tons of money to be allowed to give some of that money away to help people, but they are not worthy. So we want to get them in that position, but it's just like the energy, it doesn't balance out right. You need people that's their real design. You know, it's written forever. This person came in and took that to another level and it changed everything. That is written forever. You see what I mean? Like, so when they go back through the energetic cubes, this one's glowing. You know, not the ones that are discarded, that are all distorted and broke. So lastly, again, Sovereignty 2020 crowdfunding coming. That's it. We're at the top. The air is good up here. It's fresh, clean, clear. You know, we've celebrated the new year. This is it. Like, right now, it's only up in expansion from here. As we talked about, the in, out, you know, and that continuous flow and that motion. So I just wanted to say wholeness and balance vibrations to everyone. Giving honor to the ancestors. Again, don't hang up. There's more. Well, wait, there's more. Okay? If you're just chilling anyway, keep chilling. Don't go air out. I'm telling you, if you go air out, let it take. Give yourself a minute. You deserve it. You're serving something else most of the time. Digest. You know, this is good food. This is good eating. It's for your spirit, your soul, your mind, your body, everything it feeds. Let it digest. Don't let it shift your frequency when you come out. The moment you come in, here he come. That's why I'm ascending beyond. Don't let it get you. Don't let it play you. Don't go back into the scripts. Don't listen to Damon, the divided moons, right? Bring them together, right? Like so much power, a diamond. So much power, that coal. So much shine when it's shaped up, but only a black rock in the beginning. And that's where we came from. So here it is. That next installment of that grade A. Love you. Like, it's always been real. The realist. And today, I think we set another bar again. It's like, it's like, how do you do it? What comes after this? Watch. I'm always amazed.
Okay, let's go into detail, right? This Buloka, right? The Egyptians said it was the Ben, a pyramid. And I think it looks something like this, okay? As above, so below. So it's a pyramid at the top and a pyramid at the bottom, okay? Right? I think at the center here, at some stage, there was a capstone, right? Which I'll explain in a minute. At the moment, it's a crater, but I'll explain that in detail in a moment. Now, mainstream science tells us that our Earth has got three layers, three inner layers. There's a crust, a mantle, an inner core, and an outer core, right? But they tell us that this is on a spinning ball. I'm saying that it is not. What they're actually trying to tell us is that these are the four layers in the Ben. This is the cross section, by the way. Okay, and I'll show you what it is a cross section of. The crust, the mantle, the inner core, and the outer core inside the Earth, which is basically this. This is the Ben. This is the Earth, but this is the top half. So if you imagine this at the top, there's also a bottom bit, an upside down pyramid. Okay, and that is sitting on the great deep, on the waters below. And above, you've got the waters above, which are the atmospheres, right? So when they tell us that the Earth has got three layers, a crust, a mantle, an inner core, and an outer core, that is inner Earth, inside this Ben, the layer between the two pyramids. So there's some truth in that, okay? So I found that really, really interesting when I came across that, okay? The ancient cultures also talk about these, this Ben in quite a lot of detail, okay? The Egyptians called it Geb, Mother Geb. The Indo-Vedics, the Buloka, which is the land. In Greek, it was Mother Gaia. And in Norse mythology, it was Midgard, okay? The top of this also had names, okay? So the whole thing has got a name. In Kemetic Egypt, it's the Ben, right? But on the top, this is Mother Geb. If you're looking from the top, this was Mother Geb, okay? In Greek mythology, the whole thing is Gaia. But the top, as you see it with these concentric rings, is Atlantis or Atlas, okay? In Norse mythology, they just called it all Midgard, okay? They had one name for it. In Vedic cosmology or in Vedic scripts, they call the whole thing the Burloka, but the top is the Bhu Mandala. The concentric rings are the Bhu Mandala. Okay? It's also interesting that in Greek mythology, they said that Mother Gaia had two children. Okay? This is Mother Gaia, the whole thing, had two children. Who are the two children? The two children are the top part and the bottom part, Prometheus and Epimetheus. These are the two held below us. Okay? Right. I hope that makes sense. So I'll move on to the next slide. Right. Now that we established that this is what the whole Earth looks like, our entire Earth is a pyramid Bhumandala with 4 concentric rings. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Everything is in 4s in the universe. Right? All creation is in 4s in the universe. Right? At the center, we've got what we now know as the Garden of Eden. So anyone who's been following our videos will know about this. The Garden of Eden's at the center. This is where we are here, the second ring. There's an outer ring and an outer ring outside that, all separated by these mountains, what we call the Antarctica ice wall. Okay, this is our South Pole, the Antarctica. And the North Pole, there is a mountain range separating us from the worlds at the center, from Eden, from Shambhala, Hyperborea, okay? And outside, they've got their own wall separating from this. This last one has got the greatest one. It's called the Loka Mountains in Vedic scriptures. These are the Loka Mountains, the great mountains, right? And these are the last mountains before the torus field, the cosmic egg, okay? So beyond this, there is no land. It's the cosmic egg blocking us out from the void outside, right? So let's focus on the center, on where we are and what that might look like. Okay, there's some really important bits. Okay, around each of these four worlds is also in torus field. So remember, this is in the torus field. Each of these worlds also has its own torus field cocooning it. So there's a torus field around this outer world, there's a torus field around this one, there's a torus field around that one, and there's a torus field at the center. Okay? And what that would look like, essentially, is something like this. Okay? From our perspective, from where we are. Right? Almost like those Russian dolls. Right? So there's one at the center, a torus field like that. There's one on the outside, on the outer worlds, a bigger one. Then there's a bigger one on the outside. Right? Now, I noticed something very interesting about this. These toroidal fields, right, are probably oblate spheroids in shape. So when mainstream science or NASA says the Earth is an oblate spheroid, this is what they're telling us. They're kind of telling us a half-truth, right? Which is why they can blatantly lie with a straight face, because they know they're usurping the truth. And when it comes out, they'll just probably say, well, you're too stupid to understand what we're saying, but we're telling you the truth. So this is an oblate spheroid. Underneath where we are, this is where the four layers would be: the crust, the mantle, inner core, and outer core. Just like mainstream science says, right? Inner Earth. And above us, we've got the three atmospheres within our toroidal field. We've got the troposphere, the stratosphere, right? The mesosphere, and the thermosphere inside our torus field. This top bit is what mainstream science calls the Van Allen belt. This is the Van Allen belt, this toroidal field. Right? They tell us there's a field of energy that they cannot go past called the Van Allen belt. This is it. By the way, they also tell us that there are 5 Van Allen belts in the universe. So that's the 4 of the worlds, the 5th one being the outermost one. They also tell us that our universe is covered with cosmic background microwave radiation, which is basically a torus field. So they're telling us that the whole universe is inside a torus field. Cosmic background radiation, electromagnetism. So again, they're telling us the truths, but in a twisted way so that we don't figure out exactly what it is. Okay? So that is what it would look like from our perspective. Right. I also hypothesize that these toroidal fields have got different motions that they're moving at. Okay? So science tells us that the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on its axis. Yeah? And then it's spinning at 67,000 miles an hour around the sun. And then it's spinning at 490,000 miles an hour in the universe. Again, there is some truth in that. So it's not a complete lie. So the terra firma we're standing on is obviously not spinning, but the toroidal fields around us are spinning. Okay? So I've depicted it here on this cross section. Okay? So here, we've got the pyramid Bhumandala. We've got the toroidal fields going around each of the lands, over and underneath, right? 1 at the center, 2 where we are, 3 on the outside worlds, and the 4th one on the furthest out worlds, okay? Our toroidal field is probably moving at 1,000 miles an hour, that vortex. And this toroidal field, which is being powered, well, all of them are being powered by that cosmic vortex that we talked about in the beginning. This is the engine room that's powering the energy of all these toroidal fields, right? Because that runs straight through the middle, okay? So that's moving at 1,000 miles an hour on its axis, which is that axis, just like mainstream science tells us. The next toroidal field is moving at 67,000 miles an hour around our sun, which I'll explain why in a minute. And the outer one is moving in our universe at 490,000 miles an hour, the last one. So if these figures are true, and my syncretism is true, or it's close, then this is what I think that means. Okay? Right. The next bit is I want to focus on, give me a sec, guys. Where have I put it? Our torus field and our Earth, where we are. Okay? So that's a cross section of it, the one that I was showing you earlier on. So that is where we would be, the terra firma, the Earth, where we're standing here. This would be the lands at the center, Eden, with its torus field, which mainstream science tells us quite clearly it's an electromagnetic field. At the center, at the North Pole, there's an electromagnetic field, which is the torus field, powered by the sun, so they say. So they're telling us there's a torus field at the center, okay? And this is the Van Allen belt that they tell us about, right? And then we've got the 4 atmospheres: troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, like I said earlier on. Underneath us is Earth, right? This is the ground, the crust, the mantle, inner core, outer core. And the waters and everything else sit above on the terra firma, okay? Right. Each of these lands with the 4 different toroidal fields has got a sun and a moon. All of the lands have a sun and a moon, okay? So, if we were to look at it like that, right? If that was the top of our toroidal field, from the top, this is where we live, okay? Our torus field, our sun and moon, is the sun and moon that we see every day, that revolves around our torus field. These outer lands have got their own sun and moon, which are Mars and Venus, okay? This outer land, they've got their own sun and moon as well, which is Saturn and Jupiter, the planets Saturn and Jupiter. The center is the only one that's an exception, because the sun and moon there are androgynous, and that's the planet Mercury. So Mercury is both a sun and a moon, okay, at the center. So now we've got the 7 wandering planets. Mercury at the center, inside the sun, like mainstream science tells us, right? You've got the moon, the sun, on the outside, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn being the last one. So, Saturn, Mars, and Apollo are suns, right? On the other side, you've got our moon, Venus, and Jupiter, which are moons, okay? And they've got their respective duties or things that they do, which I'll explain a little bit later, okay? So I'll try and put this together so you can kind of see what it looks like inside the egg, okay? So now we have the universe, okay? I don't know if you can see it properly. Hopefully you can. Let's put it down a little bit so you can see that. And here it is, okay? That's the top of the Bhumandala. And this is the top half of all the torus fields. Of course, they run through the bottom as well, with the different suns and moons revolving around these torus fields in each of the lands. So, when NASA says they're going to Mars, and they plan to go to Mars, they are telling the truth. Mars are these outside lands, the outer lands, where Mars is the sun, right? That is where Mars is. So they are planning to go to these outside worlds at some point. They're saying at the moment they can't get past the Van Allen belt, but at some stage they will be able to. And again, I'll explain why. Okay? So this is where Mars is. So outer space does exist. So all flat earthers out there saying that outer space doesn't exist, it does, but it's just been usurped. It's not physically going to Mars itself, the sun, Mars, the luminary. That's ridiculous. It's going to these lands where Mars is the sun. That's what they're trying to tell us. Okay? So I'm going to try and stay on track here. Sometimes I get a bit. So that's what the cross section would look like. Okay? You would have the Bhumandala over there, different toroidal fields, Mercury, androgynous at the center, Sun and Moon in ours, Mars and Venus and the outer one, Saturn and Jupiter on the outside, moons and the suns, Sun and Moon at the center. Okay? I think that the suns, Saturn, Mars, and our sun, they revolve. Show you. Okay? They spiral around these torus fields. Okay? Upwards and spiral outwards and down. That's what the sun does. I think the moon follows a linear orbit. I don't think it spirals. I think it just follows one orbit. Or if it does spiral, it's a much slower, slower orbit up and down. And I'll explain why again a bit later. But I think for sure the sun and moon, this is what creates our times, our seasons. When the sun is up here at the center, this is when the northern hemisphere have their summers, because the sun is directly above them, above the North Star, above Polaris at the center. When it's out here, spiraling at the edges, this is when the people of the southern hemisphere have their summers. So let's just recap on what we've discussed so far, what we've established so far. We've established that our universe is inside a torus field, a giant torus field. What most ancient cultures refer to as the cosmic egg. Similar to this, right? This is the top half of the cosmic egg. And we live inside this torus field. We've also established that there is a cosmic vortex that runs through the center of this cosmic egg. This is the cosmic highway that links us with the multiverse on the outside. Okay? We've also established that on the inside, the Earth is pretty much flat, or it's a pyramid Bhumandala, as I like to call it, that runs across the equator inside our torus field, okay, with 4 concentric rings of land, right? At the center, where the cosmic axis or the cosmic highway runs through, where we are, the second ring, the third ring, and the fourth ring, and the torus field on the outside, okay? We've also established that each of these worlds has its own toroidal field, okay? So torus field within a torus field within a torus field within a torus field. 5 in total. 4 on the inside, the 5th one being the outside one, the cosmic egg, okay? Right, we've established that each of these toroidal fields also has its own sun and moon. Saturn and Jupiter revolving around the outer torus field, Mars and Venus on the next toroidal field, Apollo and Artemis, or our sun and moon, on our torus field, but in the center there is only one androgynous sun and moon, which is Mercury on the inside, okay, on this torus field, the aurora borealis, okay, right. So we basically said it looks something like that, okay? Torus field within a torus field, right? With all the suns and all the moons, okay? Right. The next question, or the next natural question, would be, well, what's above these toroidal fields, okay? Above that, above all the toroidal fields, we've got something known as the firmament, okay? This is where the stars are. This is what we see when you look up at the sky in the evening. All the stars and the constellations. This is the firmament that sits above the last inner toroidal field, the one that Saturn and Jupiter revolves around. Okay, so that will be the cosmic egg on top. In fact, I'll put it together so you can see it full scale on the model. Okay, please bear with me. Okay, so hopefully, okay, so that's what it looks like, right? This would be the firmament inside this torus egg, okay? The sky that runs across, okay? So it's almost like a dome, okay? So we're sealed off from these realms above, and I'll explain all that in a second, right? So when we're looking at it from underneath, when we're sat on the earth, we're seeing all the constellations revolving above us, okay? So pretty straightforward, really. So that's the firmament, okay? So this firmament on its axis, right, is revolving, okay? There's motion, everything's moving above us, but the terra firma we're standing on is obviously not moving, okay? So this axis is revolving, it's turning the firmament with all the stars and the constellations and everything else. In turn, it's also affecting the motions of these toroidal fields that are spinning around us, like we discussed earlier on. Those toroidal fields are also carrying the suns and moons around, which is causing our days and nights and seasons and times, okay? And that in turn, that motion is also creating our weather, our winds, our currents, flows, air streams, everything else. So it's one big system working together. It's a network starting from the cosmic vortex, okay? So I hope that is clear enough, okay? So what that would look like is something like this, okay? Now, interestingly enough, okay, we talked about the planets. I suppose many people will be asking, what about Uranus and Neptune and Pluto, okay? So I think Uranus and Neptune are the two realms above, okay? So Uranus is the firmament above us. Why am I saying this? Well, Mother Gaia, we all know, is Earth in Greek mythology, okay? Gaia was married to Uranus, right? The planet Uranus, as they tell us, Uranus, was named after Gaia's husband, Uranus. Uranus married to Uranus. These two are married, okay? They go hand in hand. Same thing with Kemetic Egyptian mythology, okay? You've got Mother Geb. She was married to the Egyptian god Nut. And Nut is always depicted as the sky, okay? So Uranus, Nut, Uranus, same thing, okay? They also tell us that Uranus and Neptune are kind of planets, but they're exoplanets. They don't go in the same category as these 7 wandering stars, okay? They put in a different category, and that's the reason why, okay? Pluto the planet Pluto was named after the Greek god of the underworlds, and that's because Pluto is the firmament below us. As above, so below. There's a firmament above us, but there's also a firmament below us, okay? Below the great sea, the great deep, the Gabadoka Ocean, as the Vedics called it, okay? So that tells me syncretically that there is a firmament and what the firmament is, and that shows you how I've come to that conclusion, okay? Above that, you've got Neptune. Neptune was named after the keeper of the waters, okay? Which waters? The waters above and the waters below, okay? So Neptune is the keeper of the waters. This is the next realm. By the way, these realms above the firmament are very transcendental. We cannot go to these planets naturally. We all know that, okay? These are luminaries. These are suns and moons. We can't go to the suns or the moons, okay? outer space does exist, like I said. It's beyond these Van Allen belts and these lands beyond. This would be outer space, okay? Definitely, we cannot go up here. This place is very, very transcendental. It's spiritual. You can only go there as a soul or a spirit or a star. All the same thing, okay? This is the only time you can go up there, and I'll explain all that in a minute, okay? So mainstream science tells us that there is Uranus, Neptune, and I'll explain how the heavens work. So there are 4 heavens and there are 4 hells. In fact, the Vedics say there are 7 heavenly realms and 7 hellish realms. Again, we'll go through that in a second. So mainstream science tells us that there's the Milky Way galaxy, Andromeda galaxy, and the Omega galaxy, and then the point of singularity. Okay, this is where Polaris is. Polaris is right at the top, okay? Right in the center of the axis, the cosmic axis. Right, everything is spinning around Polaris, just like we witness with our eyes. When you look up at the North Star, Polaris, you see all the stars are revolving, yeah, around Polaris. Okay, Polaris is Brahma, the creator. This is Big Brother. So when you see that triangle with the eye that these elites show us, this is what they're trying to tell us, that Big Brother is watching. Okay, unfortunately, they're twisting it and usurping it and making it very occult. It shouldn't be an occult thing. This is something everyone should know. Okay, this is Big Brother. This is our father. This is Brahma looking out for us, basically. Okay, so, right. Let's see what mainstream science says before we move on about the universe. So mainstream science tells us that we've got the 7 planets, right? We've got Uranus. In fact, they're saying the beginning was the Big Bang, the point of singularity, okay? This is where the Sirius star system is, so they tell us. But they make it very, they try and make it like it's a physical thing. But these places are very much transcendental. They're not physical places. These are spiritual, very higher divine. They, you know, we shouldn't try and debase it and make it sound very, very simplistic, because it's not. It's extreme. It's way beyond our comprehension. But I'm just going to try and relay it the way we're taught in schools. Okay. The Big Bang, point of singularity. This is where everything begins. The next galaxy is Omega Centauri. Okay. Below that is the Andromeda galaxy. Below that is the Milky Way, or Uranus, the firmament. And then we've got all our wandering stars below that. That's what mainstream science says, okay? And Pluto at the bottom. Pluto is always an exoplanet. They debate about whether Pluto is a planet or it's not. Do we count it, don't we? And this is why. Because Pluto is the firmament below us, okay? Right. Let's have a look at what the Vedics say about our cosmology. So the Vedics go into a lot more detail, right? The Vedics say there are 7 heavenly realms and there are 7 hellish realms, okay? The top realm is called Brahma Loka or Satya Loka. Like we said, point of singularity, where everything began. The North Star, God, this is the Holy Trinity. This is where they all began. This is where everything started, like I keep saying. The next round down, they're called the Tapaloka, okay? Right? The next round down is the Yanaloka, and then the Mahaloka, right? Or the Sphaloka. Spha as in stars, okay? This is now the firmament that we're showing with all the stars and the constellations, what we see when we look up, okay? They call this axis mundi, or where this point meets, the Dhruva, okay? This is where this is where we see the skies meeting with the cosmic axis, or the pole star, the Dhruva, okay? This is the Merudanda that runs through the cosmic axis, okay? And then they name all the different stars. They call Saturn Sanaisuru. They call Jupiter Brahaspati, Mars Mangal, Venus Sikuru, our sun Surya, our moon Chandra, and Mercury at the center, Buddha. Buddha, why Buddha? Buddha the messenger. Okay, Buddha was the messenger of God. I'm going to explain why that is important and why Buddha is the messenger at the center. That's very important. They then tell us that there is a Bhuloka, okay, Bhu world, the world of earth, Bhu, and this is the Bhu Mandala, okay, the earthly plane, right, with the four concentric, they tell us they're concentric rings of land on the Bhu Mandala, okay, and they name all these different lands, which I won't go into right now, but we'll do that for another video, okay. So these are now the 7 heavenly realms, the Varthis, they call them, okay. By the way, they split this egg into 3 as well, right? The Swag Lokas, the heavens, the Bhu Lokas, the middle realm, and the Bata Lokas, the hellish realms. Okay? So now we've got 7 on top. What are the 7 below? The 7 below are the first part of inner earth. So remember we said there are 2 parts of inner earth. Gaia, Mother Earth, had 2 children, Prometheus and Epimetheus. Okay? So Atala Loka is the first part of inner earth. I think this is where all the tunnels are. I'll explain that in a second anyway. The next realm would be the Vitala Loka. Okay, that's the next hellish realm. Below that, you've got the Sutala Loka, which is the great deep in the Gabadoka Ocean, the great ocean, the turtle. We always see it depicted in many ancient depictions of the earth, the flat earth, sitting on a turtle. This is the turtle. This is what that means. The turtle is the great ocean below us that the earth is sitting on. It's not an actual turtle like people say. It's the great ocean. Below that, we've got the 4 hellish realms. The Talatala Loka, the Mahatala Loka, the Rasatala Loka, and the Patala Loka. And then you've got Shiva in hell, so to speak. Okay? So that's the 7 hellish realms. 7 heavenly realms, 7 hellish realms. So the Vedic scriptures go into a lot of detail. They even go into figures, how big this Bhumandala is. They say it's 8 billion miles across, 8 billion kilometers across. Okay? They give so much detail for those who want to read into that and study that. Let's look at what the Norse said about the universe. Okay? So the Norse also divided it into 3. They've got Valhalla or Asgard, which are the heavenly realms. Okay, they've got Midgard, Middle Garden. This is where we are. Okay, and then they've got Helem, which is the hellish realms below us. Okay, so they've got Valhalla, where Odin is. Sorry, abode of Odin. Okay, you've got Gimle, the 3 realms: Gimle, Valhalla, and Himmelborg. These are the 3 heavens that they talk about. These 3 up here. The 4th one being the abode of Odin. Okay, and then you've got the Alfheim realm. Okay, Alfheim. I think they called it the realm of the little elves. Little elves referring to the stars, because that's what they saw. When they saw the lights in the sky, they called them the little elves. This is Alfheim. Okay, they're named, and of course you've got the Bifrost Bridge. Okay, as in the Cosmic Highway, Bifrost Bridge, self-explanatory. Right? They named all the planets. They named Saturn, Woden, Jupiter, Frigg. These were named after gods. Mars, Tyre, Venus, Freya, the sun, Suna, our moon, Mani. Okay? And then they named Mercury, Hermod, was also a god of a messenger of some sort. Again, that is very important. That messenger is very important. Of course, these all had their roles. The most common ones are obviously the messenger and Saturn, time. Saturn's always associated with time, Father Time. And I'll explain exactly why that is in a minute as well. Okay? The Norse also described these lands in great detail. Okay? They called this whole part Midgard, the Middle Garden, but they also called the crater continent. I'll show you. They also call the crater continent at the center Midgard, the Middle Garden, right in the center. Okay, so where Eden, where Shambhala is, that's Midgard. Okay, as you can see, right? Below that, they called inner earth, inside the pyramid Bhumandala, the realm of the Svatylum. Okay, Svatylum meaning realm of stone spirits or dark spirits. I'm sure you can decipher what that means yourselves, okay? And then you've got Iga, which is the great deep, mother of the great deep, mother of the great oceans. And then you've got the realm of Loki, the bad guy, right? Loki at the bottom, Helen, right? So these Nordics, the Norse, they describe these lands in very great detail. Midgard at the center, the middle garden, naturally, okay? This is Vanaheim, the land of the Vanir. Vanir referring to children of God, okay? The gods in Asgard at the top were called the Aesir gods, the gods of the gods. The gods where we are, the Vanir, were children of the Aesir gods. So they considered the beings that live here to be children of the Aesir gods, of the gods of the gods. Vanaheim. It's interesting because where I come from, in Africa, in Zimbabwe, the Shona word for children is Vana. So I was trying to decipher what Vanaheim was. I couldn't figure it out. Okay, so I used etymology, again, something that I've learned from Santos and syncretism. And I connected the dots. Well, Vanir, Vana, children. Vanir were children of the gods. Vanaheim, land of the children of gods. Vanaheim. And that's how I came to that conclusion. They then tell us there's a place called the Nephilim, okay? The realm of frost and ice, okay? This is the Nephilim, the ice wall. This is what they call the Nephilim, okay? And beyond that is where the Jutoinim live. Beyond the Nephilim is the land of the Jutoinim, the frost and ice giants, so they call them. So we see in a lot of mythology, they talk about the Nephilim, fallen angels, right? In the Bible, it talks about the Nephilim, fallen angels, right? Well, you can connect the dots yourself, you know, how that's all linking with the Bible. Norse mythology and the Bible connecting right there. Beyond that, they say there is the Muspelem, okay? Muspelem, the land of the fire giants, or the fire demons, whatever that means, okay? So you've got Midgard, Vanaheim, the Nephilim, ice wall, Jutoinim, beyond the Nephilim, and Muspelem, okay? Underneath that is where you've got Svartalem, like I said earlier on, the realm of the stone giants, okay? Or the dark giants. Oh, not stone giants, the stone dwarfs, or dark spirits, inner earth, okay? This is where maybe you get a lot of conspiracy theorists or alternative researchers who talk about the reptilians. Perhaps this is where they come from, these reptilians that we're always talking about, from inner earth, inside the Bhumandala, or possibly from the great deep, who knows, right? Doesn't really matter at this point, okay? I could do the same thing with Norse, or with the Greek. I syncretized the Greek as well. The Greek, you know, Uranus, like I said, Uranus. Uranus was married to Gaia, right? You've got Zeus at the top. You've got Hera, who was Zeus's wife, so that's the next round. You've got Poseidon. You've got Polos, which is the North Star, and Zeus. They named the planets. They named this the ether, by the way. They actually named it the ether, right? They named the planets. Saturn was Kronos. Jupiter was named after Zeus, so Jupiter is Zeus as well. Mars is Ares. Venus is Aphrodite. Our sun was Apollo. Our moon was Artemis. And then you've got Hermes, the messenger, again, at the center. Kronos for the time, Hermes the messenger. Okay, Kronos is first, time. Hermes is the last one, the messenger. All of these also had their own different roles and their own different things, okay? Then you've got Mother Gaia with the two children, Prometheus and Epimetheus, okay? And then at the top, you've got Atlantis. This top bit is Atlantis, the concentric rings of Atlantis. The center, as you notice, is a crater continent now, okay? This is the sunken continent of Atlantis. This is where that myth comes of the sunken continent. Remember earlier on I said, I think there was a capstone, okay? I think this land was not always a crater, but something happened for it to become a crater. It was actually above, so it was a proper pyramid. Interestingly enough, if you look at the pyramids in Egypt, yeah, the Great Pyramid in Egypt, it's missing the capstone at the top. I think that's symbolical. The ancients were trying to tell us something, okay? So if you go to Egypt and you look at the biggest pyramid, I forgot what it's called, the capstone is missing. On our pyramid on the earth, the capstone is also missing. Okay? Interesting. It's now a crater. So they were telling us something there, right? Back to this, okay? And then you've got Pontus, below Mother Gaia. You've got Pontus, who was the keeper of the seas. And then you've got Hades, right? In Tartarus. They call Tartarus hell, and Hades resides in Tartarus. Okay? So that's Greek mythology, right? And then the chaos on the outside. You could do the same thing with the Egyptians, okay? Right? The Egyptians, you've got Amun at the top, right? Amen, Amun, God at the top, the creator, right? You've got Neith, his wife. You've got Hathor. You've got Nut, who's married to Gaia, okay? The husband of Mother Geb, not Gaia, Mother Geb. So Geb and Nut are husband and wife. The firmament above us and the earth below us, okay? They also named all the stars, all the wandering stars, okay? Saturn, now this is quite controversial. This is just my own secret. This is not confirmed. This was just me coming up, trying to decipher it myself. It could be wrong. If someone can correct me, that'd be great. But I think Osiris is Saturn. That's Osiris, okay? Isis is Jupiter, okay? Deshir, for sure I know, is Mars. Sekhmet, again for sure I know, is Venus. Ra, for sure I know, is our sun, Ra. I think everyone knows that. And Khonsu is the moon, okay? And then you've got Thoth, for sure I know, again, messenger, okay? And then you've got Horus, the god Horus, keeper of the winds. Which winds? These winds. Toroidal field, the toroidal fields around the earth. These are the winds. So when they say this is the keeper of the winds, these are the winds that it's keeping. Okay? By the way, you read in the Bible and in other scriptures, they talk about the four corners of the earth. These are the four corners of the earth. Okay? The four realms are the four corners. The four winds. They talk about the four winds in the Bible. Which are the four winds? The four Taurus fields. These are the four winds talked about in the Bible. Okay? And then below that, the Egyptians, the Kemetic Egyptians, they called the great deep Mother Sobek. Sobek, the keeper of the waters. Okay? And then you've got Atum, the tomb, right? At the bottom. Okay? And that is Kemetic Greek universe inside the cosmic egg. Okay? Right. So, let's move on to the next bit. Okay, we've established okay, let's talk about the ages. Okay, in particularly in the Indian cultures, they talk about the four ages. Okay, these are ages of consciousness. So everything is cyclical in life. You know, there are peaks and troughs. There are times when consciousness is up, and there are times when consciousness is down. For all the beings that live on the Bhumandala, there are different beings, different races, different nationalities, all along this Bhumandala, okay? So this is what we might call aliens beyond our ice wall. We might call these aliens, but they are beings just like we are beings here. And they will call us aliens as well. So aliens do exist, and outer space does exist. But it's not like we've been told, or you know, that it's on the planets, it's on the lands beyond. Okay, so this is really important. Really, really important. I need to explain this. The ages. Okay. So the Indians talk about the four ages. Okay, the Kali Yuga, the Dwapara Yuga, the Treta Yuga, and the Satya Yuga. Right? The bronze. No, the iron, the bronze, the silver, and the golden age. These are ages of consciousness, okay? These ages are determined by many things. They're determined by the constellations above us, right? In Greek mythology, these would be the gods. Everything above in these realms, these are the gods and goddesses that look after us, the big brothers and big sisters, okay? The suns and the moons that revolve around us, these were called the Olympians. These are the demigods that look after us. subconsciously, okay? They determine the ages. And we, on the earth, on the Bhumandala, we are all the titans, okay? The soldiers that are living out the whole script of the whole thing. So all of this is a stage, okay? We are on the main stage. We are we're on the stage of creation, on the Bhumandala, okay? And these are the directors, if you want to think of it in movie terms. These are the ones directing the scripts and the programs, right? There is free will, I'm saying that, but don't think that we don't have free will. We do have free will, but on a grand scheme, there is a script within that narrative. Otherwise, it'd just be crazy to be chaotic. There has to be a cycle, there has to be order to all of this. None of this is just random and chaotic. There's an order, there's a cycle, there's a system to all of it. Okay? So, interesting enough, I noticed something very, very interesting, right? These toroidal fields, the Van Allen belts that are around all the Earths, okay, these are constantly growing, expanding, and contracting. Okay, this is what creates our ages. In the Vedic scriptures, they talk about a 26,000 year cycle of consciousness. Every 26,000 years, we shift within that 26,000 years from the Iron to the Golden Age. So every 6,400 and whatever years, we go from one age into another. Okay? And even within that, there are ages, which are what we call the zodiacal ages. The age of Aquarius, the age of Aries, the age of, all the zodiac constellations. And those are all conscious ages. So there are smaller ages within bigger ages within bigger ages. Okay, so everything is cyclical. Okay, so there's a 26,000 year cycle, and then within that there's a 6,400 year cycle. Within that there's a 2,100 year cycle. Okay, we've just come out of the age of Pisces, which was the whole Jesus thing, fish, Pisces. We're now going into the age of Aquarius, the water bearer. Okay, Aquarius is technology. Aquarius is coming together. Aquarius is the mixing water. Aquarius is always a man or a woman pouring water, pitcher of water, mixing the waters. This is now where things are now being mixed. Knowledge is coming out. Technology. This is the age of Aquarius. Okay? This is where we are now. Right? So these toroidal fields, the Van Allen belts, the Aurora Borealis and all that, they have a significance in that. So we're at a very, very special point at the moment, right? Because we're shifting, we're approaching a 6,400 year cycle shift, which also coincides with the 2,100 year cycle. So not only are we shifting consciously, like we did in the last shift during the age of Jesus or Pisces, we're now shifting physically. Like I said, these toroidal fields are expanding and contracting. During the Golden Age, there are no toroidal fields inside our universe. Okay, let me find a proper one, just so we can see it properly. Okay, there are no torus fields in our universe in the Golden Age. Everything's connected. We are at the peak of consciousness everywhere in the universe. Yeah, it's the golden egg. Okay, all these toroidal fields expand outwards over time. It's almost like the cosmic egg is breathing in and out. The womb of creation breathes in and breathes out, breathes in and breathes out. And these toroidal fields follow that breath created by the axis mundi. Okay, so when God, okay, is breathing in, okay, Brahma, this is when the torus fields are spreading out. This is over thousands of years. And breathing in, the torus fields close again. We're now in the dark age. Out and in. At the moment, we are ascending. We're on the upward cycle. Okay? So the torus fields are expanding. This is what is causing this conscious awakening that is happening at the moment. This is why we are consciously waking up at the moment. Because we are picking up the frequencies, okay, of this toroidal field at the center, the Aurora Borealis, coming from the messenger, okay, the demigod Mercury, Hermes, Thoth, Buddha, at the center. Remember, everything is interlinked. They tell us, mainstream science, at the center, in the magnetosphere at the North Pole, there is an electromagnetic field that's being affected by the sun. Which sun? This sun, the black sun of intent, Rahu. This is it at the center. So the frequencies we're picking up subconsciously that are creating this awakening that we're all talking about, the vegan movement, the flat earth movement, people just questioning government, what's happening with Trump, with everything, all this craziness. People are now becoming more aware. Before, we never questioned. We just followed whatever we're told by governments. Now we are questioning things a lot more. Why? We're getting more intelligent. We're waking up. What's waking us up? It's this energy that is growing out of Eden, out of this Taurus field, and heading towards the outer bits. So we're heading towards the golden age. We're now coming out of the dark age. In the dark age, all of them are closed in. As we head towards the golden age, they open up until they are assimilated into the outermost, into the egg. And there's nothing. And then everything grows back again, and we descend back into the dark ages of consciousness. Everything is closed off again, including our minds, physically and metaphysically, spiritually and mentally. Okay? So, likewise, the toroidal field around where we are, around here, is also spreading outwards. It's also opening up. Okay? So you hear NASA, they were telling us, or mainstream science, for a long time they were worried about the ozone layer opening at the North Pole, okay? Which would bring an end, which would be the end of the world, which would destroy the world, the ozone layer. Well, there's some truth in that. The ozone layer is this Taurus field growing out. And it will destroy the world, but not physically, metaphysically. It will destroy the paradigm. A new age will come in. That's the apocalypse they're worried about. Their paradigm, these elites that run the world, they're worried that their age of ruling over the masses will end. And it is ending because people are waking up. We're questioning now, right? We're not just following. We're now researching and thinking for ourselves, okay? Because the ozone layer is opening up, okay? This Taurus field is growing at the center. And we are picking up the frequencies. Well, most of us, some of us. Not everyone will. This happens really slowly. Okay, there's a process to it. It can't happen in an instant. It has to happen slowly and gradually. Some will pick this up a lot quicker than others. Some are waking up quicker than others. Some need time. Some won't wake up. Some will die asleep. And that's fine. And they'll reincarnate. And they might wake up in the next reincarnation. Okay, and likewise. So this outer field is also expanding. Okay, the Van Allen belt. They're telling us that very soon they'll be able to leave the Van Allen belt. They're very excited about going to Mars. They were saying that we can't leave the Van Allen belt, but soon humans will be able to leave the Van Allen belt. Okay? And that's because the frequency is changing, A, and B, the Van Allen belt is growing outwards as well. Okay? So there'll be holes in this ozone layer as well. Right? So this is a very special time for everyone on this Bhumandala. I think the people out here, or the beings out here, they're also having their own conscious shift of some sort, right? Some of them will probably be getting ready to come in, the good ones, and the bad ones will be getting ready to go outwards. Because in is always good. You want to go in and up rather than out and down, which I'll explain in the next video. Okay? So this is what's happening. This is the conscious shift that is currently taking place, right? We need to be picking up these frequencies and we need to be aware of what's happening. Okay, in the Bible, by the way, it talks about the North Star. There's the story of the birth of Jesus Christ, right? And the three kings were told that when you see the North Star in the sky, that is what you should follow. Follow the North Star. And that North Star will lead you to where Christ is being born. Okay, so that story is an allegory of what's happening now, right? Our ancestors, or we, were trying to tell our future selves something because we've all reincarnated thousands of times. So our ancestors are us, okay? The North Star, in this case, is the messenger of God, Buddha, Hermes. Okay, when you see the North Star in the sky, follow Christ consciousness, at the center. This is where Christ is being born, right? So eventually this whole thing will be golden age, but it starts from the center, okay? It's spreading from the center outwards. So those who are not in this frequency, are not in this journey, they will run away from this frequency, okay? They want to go as far away from it. These elites, they want to go to Mars. They're running away from this divine frequency because they are not, it's not their soul path, it's not their journey. And I'll talk about that in the next video, okay? Those of us who are ascending, who are on the way up on the cycle, we are picking up these frequencies and we are being drawn to there. Some are not being drawn anywhere. They're not feeling any of this. They are meant to carry on playing the game on this stage here. They've not learnt enough. They're not ready to move on either way, in or out, right? They are meant to carry on the paradigm here, the new world order here, okay? The new age, okay? And hopefully it will be a good one. And I think it will because we're ascending consciously, right? Right, next, I want to talk about reincarnation and the cycle of life, okay? So this is now more metaphysical, okay? I can't prove any of this. I'm not saying it's absolutely true, but this is my understanding and perspective based on what I've researched and what I feel, my knowledge, and you know, it could be wrong. If people can correct me, that's fine. If people resonate with it, great. If you don't, that's okay too, okay? So remember earlier on I said that we're all stars. Everything is a star, and we are all reflections of God, every single one of us. Everything that is conscious is a fragment of the whole being Brahma at the top, okay? God. So we are drops in the ocean of consciousness, okay? So in the beginning was the Holy Trinity at the top, okay? And they birthed many, many souls, including you and me right now, okay? We are souls birthed out of the whole, out of God. It tells us in the Bible, God breathed air into Adam, right? So that air is consciousness, okay? That is what consciousness is. The Holy Spirit. That is what we are. We are Holy Spirits. Everything is a star. All is a tune. All is a moon, as Santos always says. So, this is where we were. Remember, we're talking about the different realms, the 14 different realms that the Vedics talk about, okay? And this is where the cycle of life happens. And this is how the cycle of life happens. So first, you're one with the whole. You're there born or created as a soul, individual soul. You then become a fallen angel. So you experience independentness for the first time in this top realm, which is, let me get this correct, okay? Which is the Tapaloka in Vedic cosmology. This is where you experience your first life as a single soul, as an individual soul, right? You then go into the Yanaloka, right? You become a fallen angel again, right? You then go into the Mahaloka, you're a fallen angel again. And all this time, you're falling in consciousness as well, okay? So the further you are from source, the further down your consciousness is falling, okay? Right? And up here, you're still in the heavens. You're still an angel, but you're becoming a fallen angel, like it says in the Bible, okay? Once you leave the Mahaloka, the stars, once you leave the skies, you're no longer an angel now. You're now in time. This is where time comes in. Chronos, Saturn, Father Time, Sine Suru, Father Time. This is the first place you incarnate into. You incarnate into the planet Saturn. You then become a demigod, right? As the Greeks put it, right? You're now influencing, yeah? You're now a director, you know, of the Titans. We are the Titans on Earth, okay? So you do your time in there. You then reincarnate down to the next sun, which is Mars, okay? You're now influencing the beings on those lands where Mars is. And then you incarnate into the next one, which is our sun, Apollo. You're influencing the beings where we are. So right now in the sun, there are beings that are influencing us. So you hear this movement about people saying, I'm sun gazing. Okay, I look up in the sun and I sun gaze and I meditate and whatever. That's because you're communicating with the beings right now, the souls in the sun, subconsciously. That is what prayer is. That is what meditation is. You are trying to connect with souls in all these other realms, mainly in the suns. Okay? From the sun, your next incarnation is into Buddha, Hemrod, into Mercury. Okay? You're now a messenger. Okay? You're getting ready to deliver the message from the demigods to the titans. Okay? At this point, you're now maybe at 65% consciousness. Okay? You're now ready to descend into the physical. Right? And once you're in the physical, this is when you forget now. This is where we now have the amnesia. Because now you're on the stage of creation. You're now truly an actor, acting out the directives and the ages and everything else. You're now experiencing your own simulation, as well as the collective one of wherever you are. So your first incarnation is into Shambhala, Eden. This is where you first become a fallen angel. You do your time in there, right? And after a while, you either reincarnate or sometimes physically, depending on the ages, but mostly you reincarnate into where we are, okay? And you now become a human being like we are now, okay? So these elites that are ruling us, these are fallen angels, and I think some of them are also beings from the underworld that are influencing us at the moment in the dark age, for now. So these fallen angels, some of these elites that are ruling us, okay, this is why they've been a lot more intelligent than most of us for a while, okay, because they're fallen angels. They're coming from the center going outwards, okay, right? And we are going the other way, but the scales are balancing, right? We're getting to a stage where we're going to be balancing the scales very soon. Well, we are already. We're catching up. They are falling in consciousness. We are rising in consciousness, the rest of us, most of us, the good ones, okay? So once you've done your time here, you reincarnate many times through the moon, okay? The moons are processing centers or reincarnation realms where when your soul dies, you go into the moons, you assess yourself. No one judges you. You're not judged by anyone. You assess yourself and you come back and you work out your karma or whatever you need to work out. Because remember, the meaning of life is birth, experience, growth, and move on. So if you haven't learnt enough and you haven't grown enough, you must come back down and play again. Work out your karma and learn as much as you can before you can move on to the next stage. Okay? These beings, because they're fallen angels, okay, they automatically will be drawn to the worlds outside. Okay? Because they're going outwards and downwards. This is why these elites, right, the governments, they're obsessed with going to Mars, the outer lands. They're going outwards. Okay? They're on their way out and down. Right? Right? These worlds are not necessarily hellish, as in hell. I don't think so. But I think they are disconnected from nature and from source. There's a difference between intelligence and intellect. So there might be a lot of intellect out here, technology, cities with amazing technology out here, but not so much knowledge, gnosis, okay? They're disconnected from nature and from things of transcendental things, spiritual things. Everything out here is very artificial, which is what you're seeing at the moment. They're preparing us. Everything is becoming very artificial. Robots, food, money, everything is becoming more and more artificial. Okay, there's this big AI movement happening at the moment. So the beings on the way down are attracted to these things, these artificial things. Okay? I'm not saying it's evil. I'm just saying that is your soul path or their soul paths. And then after that, your next stage will be the outer lands. Okay? Muspelem, the fire giants, whatever that means according to the Norse. After that, 40%, you're now in inner earth. You're now a reptilian, so to speak, inside the first part of the Bhumandala. Okay? I think the underside of the Bhumandala, I don't think this is a physical place you can go. This is when you reincarnate as a spirit again. You're now a spirit. You don't have a physical body, but you're a dark spirit now. Okay? Now you're a devil. You're a Shiva. You're a destroyer. Up here, you're a creator. Down here, you're a destroyer. So you're trying to gravitate people, right? You're influencing people up here as well, subconsciously, right? When they say that the devil has influenced you, these are the beings, the beings out in these worlds down here, trying to subconsciously influence you. All your bad thoughts, all your negative thoughts are coming from the frequencies from these beings under here. You then get to 30%, 25%, 20%, 15%, 10%. You know, there's hardly any light left in you. Okay, you're now truly, you know, a fallen angel in the truest sense of the word. Okay, but then you work your way back up again. Once you're down here, right, the cycle of life, you can't be here forever. You've got to come back up again. But this is all happening over millions or thousands of years or whatever. Okay, you then come back up again. 15, you are ascending. You're now becoming a shooting star. You're shooting back upwards. Okay, you go through all the different rounds again, the reverse. You're here, then you're here, and then you incarnate where we are. Okay, and then you get to the center. So those of us who are being drawn to goodness, to love, to truth, right? Those of us who are trying to change things for the better, okay? We are shooting stars. We are ascending, right, on the cycle of life. We're on our way up. And we're meeting in the middle with those descending. So you've got the good guys and the bad guys. And this is necessary for the cycle of life. This is duality. This is polarity. Good and bad. It has to happen. Fallen angels and shooting stars. Okay? Now remember, I put the suns on this side and the moons on this side. I did that deliberately. Okay? Except for that one is a sun and the moon. Okay? So when you're ascending, when you're way out, the moons, the mothers, are portals out. The suns are gateways in. So those descending come through the sun. Those ascending go through the moon. Okay? Males inseminate. Females give birth. Okay? If you can see, this looks like a brain, the cosmic egg, with the center, right? You've got the left-hand path, male principles, right-hand path, female principles. Okay? This is where all that esoteric stuff comes in. For those who are not afraid to research that and to try and understand it. Okay? So this is where you come out from the moon side. So you incarnate here, or you, in this case, we're going through a very special time. We can actually physically walk into the Garden of Eden. Okay? But we have to pick up these frequencies for those who want to make the pilgrimage. Not everyone will want to do this or can do this, but those who are ready to ascend, those who have learnt everything they need to learn, right? At the center, here where we are, there are those who are ready to move on to the next stage of life. Some need to incarnate, like I was saying, a few more times before they can move on. Okay? Others are ready to move on to the garden, to the center, to the next stage. I've done my time here. I feel like I need to move on. Okay? I need something new. I need a new experience. So this is where veganism comes in, or vegetarianism. This is where truth, love, and all those things come in the garden. Disconnecting from artificial, trying to connect with nature, sun gazing, loving animals and nature and all that. You're preparing yourself for the garden. You have to prepare yourself. Because if you don't, you cannot be able to withstand the frequencies here, because the frequencies in this dimension are much, much, much higher. Okay? So if you want to make the physical pilgrimage here, you need to be prepared. Okay? Because if you don't, you will just get, your body and your soul will not, you'll get zapped and you'll just reincarnate back here again, back to square one. You'll die on your way there. Okay? Because the Van Allen belt, the frequencies there, you will not be able to withstand them. So those of us, you hear me talking a lot about this pilgrimage to the North Pole. Follow the North Star when the time is right. I'm going to make a little prediction. I know they say you should never put dates or make prophecies, but I am. I'm going to say Vision 2020. 2020, I think this Aurora Borealis or Van Allen belt will be high enough for us to see the North Star, for us to see Mercury. This is Planet X that they talk about. This is planet Nibiru. They say that comes around every 26,000 years to destroy the world. This is it. But it's not a physical destruction. It's a metaphysical destruction, a new age. Okay? So when the time comes, and I think 2020, those who see the North Star and want to make the pilgrimage, not everyone, okay? If you don't want to, you don't have to. Your next incarnation could be in there. You can stay here and stay for a bit longer, and when you ascend or when your body dies, your soul can ascend into there and reincarnate into there. But I certainly feel like I want to make a physical pilgrimage when the time is right. Okay, when the time is right, we will make a mass pilgrimage and we'll know. It also says in the Bible that Christ will come like a thief in the night. Okay, what's Christ? Christ is the energy, Christ consciousness, the energy coming from this toroidal field at the center, from the messenger of God. That's Christ. That's coming like a thief in the night. I had my awakening last year, right? Overnight, like most people. One day I was on a spinning ball, I was eating meat, I was, following money. Something happened to me, my life changed. I realized where we are. We're not on a spinning ball. I changed my eating habits, etc., etc. My life changed. I became a better person. Okay? Christ got me. Christ consciousness came to me like a thief in the night. I wasn't expecting it, and it just happened. And I'm sure many watching this now have had a very similar experience. Okay? So this is where we are. Right? So, once you're there, you live out your life in the Garden of Eden. Okay? This is a very natural place. There's no technology. Well, there is technology, but it's more of a natural technology. It's a different type of technology. It's not artificial. Okay, nature has got magic. Magic exists, believe it or not, but I won't go into that now. It does exist. So the technology out here is a magical type of technology. It's not artificial like out here. Okay? So this place is not just sitting and gardening and doing nothing. There's a lot going on there. It's a beautiful place, the Garden of Eden. Okay? But you must be at the right frequencies. There's no hate there. There's no bad frequencies. Well, there is, but there is less. There's less duality there. Okay, it's not completely heaven, obviously. But it's closest thing we can get on earth to heaven. Heaven on earth, the closest thing. Okay? And this is where myself and many are being drawn to go. Some are not ready. Okay? This is the middle ground. This is half artificial, half Garden of Eden. You're in the middle of the two worlds. Middle of nature and technology. Artificial technology, natural technology. The middle. We're stuck in the middle. So some are being drawn to this artificial technology. Others are being drawn to nature and natural technology. Okay? And some are not ready to go either way. They will stay and enjoy life here on earth for a bit more and experience and change and help with the ages. Eventually, all of this will be heaven on earth when all the toroidal fields are completely spread out and, and one with the main one. This is when it's heaven on earth. This is when we're in the Satya Yuga, in the golden age. But this will happen really, really, really slowly. So you can see the shift. You can feel the shift. You can see what's happening right now with world governments, with world economies, with people questioning. There's a lot of turmoil going on. Everything must, before there's a new birth, the old must die. So it's going to be a very painful process over the next few years. A lot of things that seem negative will happen. A lot of bad things that we might think are bad will happen. But they have to happen because the old has to die for the new to begin. Okay? Because we're getting into a new age now. And these elites, they know this. Okay? And they are shaking in their boots because we're catching up. We're waking up and their consciousness, they're getting dumber. We're getting smarter. Okay? This is why they are trying to destroy everything before they go. Because they have to go. They have to go. They cannot withstand this frequency. This frequency is hurting them. This energy being sent from the center is not good for them. They do not like it. This is why they're trying to destroy Europe. You see this whole agenda in Europe with the whole immigration, divide and conquer, black versus white, immigrants versus not immigrants, etc., etc. They're doing that on purpose, divide and conquer, because they want to destroy everything here before they leave. If we can't have it, we want to burn it before we go. And then you can stay behind and rebuild it on your own. That is the agenda, ultimately. And they'll go out to Mars, running away, and eventually they'll be pushed so much out because they're on their way down. And only the good ones, the ones ascending, will be here during the golden age. Okay? So, going back to the cycle of life, once you get to ascend into the messenger. When you're a demigod, you get into the moon, you get into Venus, you do Jupiter, you know, you're doing your time in all of those, you're raising in consciousness. And then after that, you become an angel again, right? You're a shooting star here. Now you're an angel again. At 85%, you're ascending. Okay? Now you're influencing things up here. You're a director of everything. You then ascend into there, 90, 95. And then after that, you don't become one with the whole. Now you are free. You exit the cosmic egg through the cosmic highway out into the multiverse. You're now free to explore and experience life in other cosmic eggs, in other experiences, in other worlds, in other universes. Okay? As a free soul, you are free forever. You will never die. Right? You go into another cosmic egg and you have your own experiences in there that are probably totally different to this. Right? And this is the cycle of life. And new souls will be being birthed. They do the cycle, they go out, and this is continuously happening. Cycles of life, of consciousness, of stars. That is what we truly are. We are stars wrapped in skin and flesh and bone, soul, spirit. And even science, quantum science, is starting to realize this now. They're starting to tell us that we're not just flesh and bones. There's a lot more going on. And it's obvious to most people now, I think. Those who are awake know for sure. Okay? And that is the cycle of life. Okay? I hope I was clear, and I hope I wasn't going around in circles. Again, like I said, I'm not saying that everything I'm saying is 100% truth. A lot of it is my own understanding from what I've researched and from what I've learned from other people and from what I'm picking up from, you know, from the universe. It's my interpretation. If you resonate with it, or if you recognize it, or if you remember it, because remember, we are all our own ancestors because we've reincarnated. So this time is normally called the Great Remembrance because we are remembering things we've always known. For those who are tuning to the frequencies, you remember this stuff, this knowledge. Okay? So I feel like I'm remembering this. This feels like a distant memory to me. And I'm remembering it and I'm sharing it with you. And I'm seeing when I speak to people, a lot of people recognize and they go, oh, do you know what? This sounds familiar. It sounds right. I don't know it as fact, but it sounds right because your soul is remembering. You're waking up. So if you resonate with it and you get it, great. If you don't, that's fine too. Okay? By the way, I also think that there are souls here on earth right now, right, who are here to help. So perhaps they've ascended already a few times. They may be a few steps ahead. They may be at the moon stage or at the Venus stage or even at the Garden of Eden stage. But they chose to reincarnate and come back here to where we are to help with the shift. These are what a lot of esoteric circles call the starseed children or the indigo children. These special children that are born special in a way, I guess. So these are the children that are here to help ascend the process. There are many people on earth right now who say, I was born and I don't feel like I belong here. I don't feel like I belong in a body. I don't feel like, I feel like I'm here for a reason beyond just living. There's something going on from when they're born. There are many of these people here. And those, many of you listening now will recognize what I'm saying. Okay, I don't think I'm one of them personally. I might be because I've always had that feeling of there's something more to this, and I had my awakening at the age of 33 last year, and so perhaps I'm one of those souls who chose to come down and help with the ascension process, right? Perhaps I'm on the journey. I incarnated here, and perhaps I've been here, and who knows? But I think there are many things happening with this incarnation. So there are some who've come directly from these outer worlds and have incarnated. These are the new souls, the young souls. They are the old souls who've incarnated many times and who've learned, and they are now ready to move on. There are other souls who've come backwards. They were already ahead. They've now come back and they want to help with the ascension, and then they'll move on spiritually. So maybe they're not even meant to be going to the center at all in physical form, Maybe when they ascend, they are ascending upwards into the moons or whatever spiritually. They're not going to be reincarnating into body in the next life. Okay, so many things going. Personally, I think I'm destined for the center. Okay, I still want to experience life in a physical body, but certainly not in the conditions we're in now. I'm certainly drawn to nature and living in harmony with the animals, with nature, and veganism and love and and all those things. I'm not drawn to technology and the materialistic things in life. There's nothing wrong with those things. Those who enjoy them. That's fine. But there are many of us who feel more drawn to nature and to that side of things.
Wholeness and Balanced Vibrations family, it's been amazing sharing this message in connection with you, sending all the love and vibration through the galaxy to the ancestors. This is it. We're in the great stage of our existence. Let's explore and love and care for each other. Thank you so much for being you. Wholeness.